Chapter 39:14. A large number of evil spirits rushed toward Xianxia, Ling Fei, and Huamin, causing them to turn pale with fright. Attack. Facing so many evil spirits, Xianxia and the other two could only attack. Being attacked by the three of them, all the evil spirits roared angrily. These evil spirits were from the Evil Spirit Tower on the 5th level. They were very powerful and had a deterrent effect on the elf tribe's bloodline. Otherwise, the elf tribe would not have chosen to enter during the 3-month period when the evil spirits were in hibernation. In addition, after being chased away by Lu Ming's dark spirit beta ray, these evil spirits dashed toward Xianxia and the other two in a frenzy. They began to kill them in a frenzy. Streaks of terrifying evil energy swept toward Xianxia and the other two. The evil spirits in the 5th level of the Evil Spirit Tower were even more terrifying than the evil spirits in the 4th level. Ling Fei and Huamin were no match for so many attacks. They were instantly injured by the evil energy. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they were dripping with blood. Moreover, there was a powerful corrosive energy that was corroding their divine power and flesh. Ah, help, help! Ling Fei screamed in agony, begging Xianxia for help. However, it was impossible for Xianxia to save him at this moment, because Xianxia could not even protect himself. A group of evil spirits surrounded him and attacked him like a storm. Even if Xianxia used all his strength, he could only protect himself. Damn it, how could this be? Xianxia roared in his heart. Everything was different from what he had expected. Lu Ming was completely fine, and all the evil spirits were attacking them instead. At this moment, a scream was heard. Huamin was clawed by a few terrifying evil spirits, and his body was torn apart. He was then devoured by a few evil spirits. Seeing this scene, Ling Fei was almost scared to death. "Help, Mu Yun! Help me. I beg you. Save me. Save me. After we get out, I will definitely support you and the princess being together." Ling Fei desperately shouted for help, pinning his hopes on Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming moved and charged toward Ling Fei. A glimmer of hope appeared in Ling Fei's eyes. He thought that Lu Ming was going to save him. Lu Ming shrunk the area of the dark spirit bead formation, covering only a few meters around him. When he passed by the dark spirits, they all moved aside. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared not far from Ling Fei. Ling Fei revealed a look of ecstasy and laughed wildly in his heart. He secretly cursed Lu Ming for being an idiot for actually saving him. He had already come up with more than 10 plans in his heart. After Lu Ming saved him, he would come up with a plan to get rid of Lu Ming. But in the next moment, Ling Fei suddenly widened his eyes. This was because a spear ray had already pierced through his dantian, piercing through the star within his dantian. Ling Fei let out a shrill scream, his eyes wide open. "The reason why I rushed over is not to save you, but to kill you with my own hands. Do you understand?" Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. The spear ray formed by the taboo energy suddenly vibrated, and a violent energy burst out, instantly tearing Ling Fei's body apart. Ling Fei's body and soul were destroyed. Damn it! Xianxia was a little flustered. He madly charged in one direction, wanting to break out of the encirclement. But there were too many dark spirits. How could he rush out in such a short time? And Lu Ming had already charged toward Xianxia. Wherever Lu Ming passed, the dark spirits avoided him. Lu Ming was like a ghost, approaching Xianxia. Both of his fists blasted out, and the violent fist energy pressed down on Xianxia. "Mu Yun, you are courting death," Xianxia roared. His body kept trembling like a bowstring vibrating. Then, arrows burst out, blocking Lu Ming's fist energy. However, just as he was about to attack Lu Ming's body flashed, and he was already hiding behind many dark spirits. More dark spirits continued to attack Xianxia. Xianxia's hair stood on end as he roared like a madman. Terrifying arrows were shot out, and a few dark spirits exploded from the arrows. After one of the dark spirits exploded, a dark spirit bead appeared. A dark spirit bead actually appeared. as expected of the 5th level. It's not just a dark spirit from the evil spirit tower. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, his body flashed, and he caught the dark spirit in his hand. Afterward, Lu Ming took the time to launch an attack on Xianxia. Being attacked by Lu Ming and the dark spirits, Xianxia finally could not hold on. A bird-type dark spirit grabbed his body and tore off a piece of flesh from his body. With a piece of flesh torn off, Xia's wound was constantly corroded by the dark energy, causing Xianxia to roar in pain. Take his life while he's down. Lu Ming immediately attacked. His fist almost hit Xia's chest, but Xia dodged it by a hair's breadth. Xia went berserk and continued to use his ultimate move. He blew up a few more dark spirits, and a few more dark spirit beads appeared. These dark spirit beads were only the size of a fist, but to Lu Ming, they were very useful. Naturally, he kept them all. Roar! At that moment, a terrifying roar came from the evil spirit tower. It was as if a terrifying existence was awakening. Obviously, the most powerful dark spirit in the evil spirit tower was about to awaken. A violent aura rushed out of the evil spirit tower's door. Xia's expression changed drastically. He could deal with other dark spirits, but if the most powerful dark spirit in the evil spirit tower came out, he would not be able to handle it. Kid, let me go, let me go. Xia roared. Let you go? Do you think that's possible? Lu Ming sneered. If you don't let me go, when that terrifying dark spirit comes out, we'll all die. Xia roared. We'll all die? I think you're thinking too much. Lu Ming smiled faintly and moved the dark spirit bead in his hand. Xia's pupils shrank rapidly, and he roared in a frenzy, Kid, do you know who I am? I'm warning you, let me go, or when we get out of this world, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. When you're eaten by the dark spirit, how are you going to get out of this world? Lu Ming chuckled. As he spoke, he continued to attack Xia, so that Xia could not escape. Roar! In the evil spirit tower, a terrifying roar came again. The terrifying aura was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, a maggot-like dark spirit rushed out of the evil spirit tower. Immediately, a terrifying aura spread toward Lu Ming and Xia. Xia's face turned pale. The divine power in his body burned fiercely. He gave it his all, trying to rush out. Stay here. Lu Ming also gave it his all, attacking Xia without fear of death. In the end, Lu Ming's body was pierced by a terrifying arrow, and he was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away. But after being blocked, Xia lost the chance to escape because the maggot-like dark spirit swallowed him whole. Chapter 39:15. Xia screamed as he was swallowed by the maggot evil spirit. He resisted with all his might, burning his divine power. He desperately wanted to escape, regardless of the consequences. Unfortunately, his fate was already sealed. He was not Lu Ming and did not have the forbidden power. Once he was swallowed by this terrifying evil spirit, he could not resist the corrosive power at all. At first, he was still struggling, roaring like thunder. Later, his voice became softer and softer, and finally, there was no sound at all. After the maggot evil spirit swallowed Xia, it opened its mouth full of fangs and faced Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly activated the array of the dark spirit bead. A powerful and mysterious aura spread out. The maggot evil spirit showed a trace of fear and turned to leave. Lu Ming looked hesitant, wondering if he should make a move to kill the maggot evil spirit. This maggot evil spirit was more powerful than the three-headed lizard evil spirit on the 4th floor. The dark spirit bead it contained was definitely stronger. If he could get it, the power of the dark spirit bead array would definitely be stronger. However, Lu Ming was not confident. In the end, Lu Ming chose to give up. The maggot evil spirit flew back into the dark spirit tower and disappeared. However, there were still some ordinary evil spirits that did not return. You can't leave. Lu Ming stared at the ordinary evil spirits and killed them. Although they were ordinary evil spirits, they were still very powerful. They were just not as terrifying as the maggot evil spirit. However, Lu Ming used the dark spirit bead array to deter these evil spirits, so it was not too difficult to kill them. Soon, more than half of the hundreds of evil spirits were killed by Lu Ming, and he obtained 12 fist-sized dark spirit beads. Senior Bone Demon, I'll leave these dark spirit beads to you. Lu Ming handed the dark spirit beads to Bone Demon and let Bone Demon integrate them into the dark spirit bead array. He left and continued to look for the entrance to the 6th floor. As he searched, he took out a few storage rings and counted them. Naturally, the storage rings belonged to Xianxia, Ling Fei, and Huamin. After checking, Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. Putting everything else aside, just the elven wood hearts alone, the three of them had plundered a bunch of them from their storage rings. In total, there were over 1,000 of them. Over 1,000 elven wood cores were already a huge fortune. Apart from these, there were also 10 or so intermediate elven tree seeds and low elven tree seeds. Altogether, they were worth 600 to 700 elven wood cores, which was a great harvest. This time, Lu Ming was in luck. After Skeletal Fiend integrated the fist-sized dark spirit beads into the array, Lu Ming found the entrance to the 6th floor and entered it. After entering the 6th floor, Lu Ming continued to search for the entrance to the 7th floor. This time, there were no major accidents. Other than finding a few elven trees, they encountered a few groups of evil spirits. The evil spirits wandering on the 6th floor were stronger than those on the 5th floor, but they were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming smoothly arrived on the 7th floor. What a strong suppressive force! After arriving on the 7th floor, Lu Ming's first feeling was that the suppressive force was very strong, far above that of the 6th floor. Of course, Lu Ming unleashed his forbidden power and rushed out, breaking through the suppressive force. The second feeling was that the life essence was too rich, far above the previous worlds. The trees here were particularly thick and tall, full of exuberant vitality. The 7th floor could not only nurture low elven tree seeds and intermediate elven tree seeds, but it could also nurture high elven tree seeds. Of course, the evil spirits here were also particularly powerful. Even if the most terrifying evil spirits were asleep, the evil spirits wandering outside were not to be underestimated. Their strength was very terrifying. The 7th floor was very dangerous. Even the top prodigies of the elf tribe would be in danger here. Throughout history, many fallen elf tribe prodigies were concentrated on this floor. This was because very few people dared to go to the 8th floor. Many people wanted to go to the 7th floor to look for elven tree seeds. Lu Ming's original goal was also the 7th floor. That is, not long after Lu Ming arrived on the 7th floor, he found an unusual tree. When he walked closer, he found that it was a low-level elven tree seed. As expected of the 7th floor, I just arrived and found a low-level elven tree seed. This place is really extraordinary. Lu Ming smiled and put away the low-level elven tree seed. Then, Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and began to search carefully. After arriving on the 7th floor, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to go to the 8th floor. He planned to search on the 7th floor. The 7th floor was no small matter. In just half a day, Lu Ming found 15 low-level elven tree seeds and 3 mid-level elven tree seeds. Unfortunately, he did not find any high-level elven tree seeds. Roar. A group of evil spirits roared and rushed toward Lu Ming. The cold evil power kept surging toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming brought out the array of dark spirit beads and shrouded these evil spirits. These evil spirits showed fear and could not fight with half of their combat power. Lu Ming rushed over and killed them. After a round of killing, Lu Ming annihilated all these evil spirits. Surprisingly, these evil spirits also had dark spirit beads. On average, 1 in 10 evil spirits had a dark spirit bead, but the size was relatively small, only the size of an egg. But Lu Ming was very satisfied. These were just ordinary evil spirits, and they had dark spirit beads. After a fight, Lu Ming got a dozen dark spirit beads. Although these dark spirit beads are relatively small, as long as there are enough of them, the deterrent force will be strong enough. I wonder if I can enter the 8th and 9th floor with this array? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. The evil spirits on the 8th and 9th floor would be even more terrifying. Even the ordinary evil spirits that wandered outside were absolutely terrifying. Moreover, it was said that no one of the elves had been to the 9th floor for at least 100 stellar years. They knew very little about the 9th floor. Who knew if those terrifying evil spirits were sleeping on the 9th floor? So, the more dark spirit beads, the better. Lu Ming threw the dark spirit beads to Skeletal Demon for refining and continued his search. Later, whenever he encountered an evil spirit, Lu Ming would not let them go. He killed them all, and the number of dark spirit beads he collected increased. Naturally, the power of the array of dark spirit beads was getting stronger and stronger, and he collected more and more elven trees. Unfortunately, he still did not collect any high-grade elven trees. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been on the 7th floor for 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, Lu Ming suddenly sensed something. He suddenly sped up and flew to the right. After thousands of miles, Lu Ming found a towering ancient tree that towered into the clouds. It was at least 1,000 meters tall, the same height as many evil spirit towers. Chapter 39:16. The canopy of the 1,000-meter-tall ancient tree opened up like a large umbrella, covering the sky and the sun. In the middle of the canopy, there was a fruit. It was golden in color and about the size of a fist, but it emitted terrifying fluctuations. The rich life essence was like water ripples that spread out in all directions. No wonder Lu Ming could feel it from so far away. What rich life essence! This is a high-grade elven tree. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The life essence of this fruit was too rich. Before the fruit was even broken, the life essence was already far above that of a mid-grade elven tree. This was definitely a high-grade elven tree. In the entire elven race, it was the top tree. If the elves nurtured a high-grade elven tree well, it could grow into a towering tree that could provide a huge amount of cultivation resources for the elves. Moreover, when the elves cultivated on the elven tree, they could also purify their bloodline and speed up their cultivation. If they had enough time, they could even subtly increase their cultivation. It could be said that the elven tree was the foundation of the elf strength. High-grade elven tree was even more important. It was said that in the entire elven race, there were only 100 or so mature high-grade elven trees, not even 200. From this, it could be seen how precious high-grade elven trees were. Ling Huafeng wanted Lu Ming to collect 12 high-grade elven trees to make things difficult for him. However, Lu Ming had finally encountered his first high-grade elven tree. Just as Lu Ming was about to take action and take down the high-grade elven tree, an arrow suddenly shot towards Lu Ming from the left at an astonishing speed. The arrow whistled and broke through the void. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he retreated continuously. That arrow flew past him and passed by him. Then, Lu Ming looked to the left. Swoosh! In that direction, a light flashed and a figure appeared. This was an elven woman. She was very beautiful. Although she couldn't compare to Ling Yue, she was definitely top-notch. She held a battle bow in her hand and stepped through the air. An arrow was already aimed at Lu Ming. Mu Yun, I didn't expect that with your cultivation, you would actually be able to reach the 7th floor. What a miracle! Her voice was very pleasant to the ears, like silver pearls falling on a jade plate. A young genius of the 4th godly emperor layer dares to attack a young man at the 1st emperor layer by surprise. Lu Ming sneered. He could already sense that the woman was terrifying. She had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, the same as Xianxia. If I don't do it, the high elven tree seed will be taken by you. All right, this high elven tree seed belongs to me now. You can leave. The female elf said in a domineering manner. It belongs to you? This bright tree was discovered by me first. Lu Ming said, you were the one who discovered it first, but you don't have the strength to protect it, so it's mine now. You're Ling Yue's fiancé, and I have a good relationship with Ling Yue. I don't want to hurt you, so you can leave. The female elf said, whether or not I have the strength to protect you, is not up to you." Lu Ming smiled faintly as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Indeed, on the 5th floor, Lu Ming wasn't a match for Xianxia, and he probably wasn't a match for the female elf either. But this was the 7th floor. The oppressive strength was much stronger than on the 5th floor. Lu Ming wasn't affected, but the others were. Lu Ming was confident that on the 7th floor, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of Xianxia. He could even defeat him. The female elf was surprised. She looked at Lu Ming curiously. She knew that Lu Ming was extremely strong. At the same level, there weren't many people in the entire universe who could compete with him. It could be seen from how he had defeated Hua Xing. However, the difference between a cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer and a cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer was too great. She wasn't an ordinary cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer. She was a genius. Lu Ming surprisingly wanted to fight with her. She was very surprised. "Even if I don't kill you for Ling Yue's sake, I'll teach you a lesson." I believe she won't have anything to say. "Let's fight," the female elf shouted. Her aura surged as she aimed an arrow at Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately felt a sharp, intent lock onto him. Whoosh! An arrow shot toward Lu Ming like a ray of light. "Great!" Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. His aura also surged. The battle formula increased his combat strength by 6 times. When the female elf appeared, Lu Ming had already tried to trigger the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 6 times. At this moment, he finally succeeded. Boom! Lu Ming's palm slashed out like a knife. His palm contained the power of Great God Wind and Great Shattering. It was even sharper than a real heavenly sword. Clang! Lu Ming's palm collided with the arrow, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Then, with a loud bang, circles of light spread out in all directions. The arrow shot by the female elf exploded. As for Lu Ming's figure, he did not move at all. How is this possible?" The female elf's beautiful eyes were wide open. Her small mouth was slightly agape, and her face was filled with disbelief. She had already used 70% of her strength in that arrow. She was certain that Lu Ming would definitely not be able to block it and would be seriously injured. By then, he would naturally retreat in the face of difficulties and would not compete with her for the high-level spirit tree species. She never expected that Lu Ming would be able to block her attack. How could a quasi-emperor block her attack? "It seems that your strength isn't that great. Now it's my turn." Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He took a step forward and quickly approached the female elf. I was merciful just now. Now take this." The female elf cried out. She retreated quickly and knocked an arrow on her bow. Another arrow flew towards Lu Ming. This time, the female elf used 90% of her strength. Lu Ming struck out with his palm again and hit the arrow. With a loud bang, the arrow was still destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. He continued to rush towards the female elf. The two figures were rapidly closing in. When the distance between the two was completely closed, Lu Ming made a strong move. His palm was like a knife, and he struck out more than 10 times in a row. More than 10 rays of light slashed towards the female elf. "Your cultivation isn't being suppressed." At this time, the female elf finally realized that something was wrong. Her beautiful eyes widened and she exclaimed. At this critical moment, a long spear suddenly appeared in her hand. The long spear swept out, and a huge mountain-like spear light collided with the divine light slashed by Lu Ming. There was a big explosion in the void, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions. In the roar, the female elf's figure retreated rapidly. In a head-on confrontation, she was no match for Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming continued to approach the female elf and launched a fierce attack. As Lu Ming closed the distance between them, the female elf abandoned her bow and used her long spear to fight him. Chapter 39:17. The elven woman was indeed very powerful. She was definitely not weaker than Xianxia. In fact, she was even stronger than Xianxia. She had abandoned her bow and arrow and used her spear to fight her enemy. Her combat strength was also extremely shocking. Although she was suppressed by Lu Ming and kept retreating, it was not possible for Lu Ming to defeat her in a few moves. Boom! The two of them exchange another blow. Amidst the violent rumbling, the elven woman's figure retreated rapidly. "I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore," the elven woman cried out. Lu Ming stopped and did not continue to attack. It was not because the other party was a woman and was beautiful, but because the other party did not have any killing intent towards him just now. The other party only wanted to seize the elven tree seed and did not have any killing intent towards him. Moreover, she seemed to be Ling Yue's friend, so Lu Ming would not kill her because of this. "I'm not fighting anymore, you pervert. I'm not fighting with you anymore. This elven tree seed is yours." The elven woman took a few deep breaths and slowly calmed down the boiling divine power in her body. Her gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with resentment and curiosity. She had actually lost to a quasi-emperor, which made her extremely unhappy. However, a quasi-emperor actually had such powerful strength, which made her very curious. "You should retreat a little," Lu Ming said. He was afraid that he would be ambushed while he was picking the elven tree seed. The elven woman nodded and retreated to a certain distance. In this distance, her bow and arrow could not unleash too much power. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared beside the elven tree seed. With a wave of his hand, a divine light flashed and cut open the fruit. Immediately, an extremely rich life essence rushed out. What pure life essence! It really is a high-grade elven tree seed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This elven tree seed was actually golden, but it was even more resplendent and beautiful than gold. It was like the incarnation of life essence. This was a high-grade elven tree seed. If he gave it to the elves, he would be rewarded with 1,000 elven wood cores. Lu Ming took out a jade box and carefully put it into the jade box, keeping it in his storage ring. In the distance, the elven woman revealed an envious expression. "Mu Yun, let's work together," the female elf said. Lu Ming was very strong, which made her want to cooperate with him. Not interested, Lu Ming rejected him directly. He had no intention to consider it all. "Mu Yun, there are many elf tribe prodigies on the 7th level. It won't be easy to get the elf seed. There will be a lot of competition. If we work together, we'll have a better chance." The female elf still wanted to persuade him. Not interested, Lu Ming continued to shake his head with a cold face. Ew. The female elf's face turned red. She was very unhappy. He rejected her so straightforwardly. Was she that unattractive? Although she knew that she couldn't compare to Ling Yue, she shouldn't be that far off. Sometimes a woman's thoughts were just that wild. In the end, the elf woman coldly harumphed, turned around, and left. After the fairy left, Lu Ming chose another direction and stepped into the air. However, not long after, Lu Ming stopped, because in front of him, a figure was rushing towards him. In the next moment, that figure stopped in front of Lu Ming. "Mu Yun." This figure's gaze fell on Lu Ming, and a cold, killing intent flashed across his eyes. This young man was Hua Ding, who Ling Fei and Hua Min had been looking for. Previously, Hua Ding didn't believe that Lu Ming wouldn't be suppressed here. Lu Ming frowned. The other party's killing intent towards him was very strong. In an instant, he felt it. "Mu Yin, very good. Give me your storage ring." Hua Ding said indifferently, in a commanding tone. "Why should I give my storage ring to you?" Lu Ming sneered. He naturally wouldn't give his storage ring to the other party. "Just now, I clearly felt a strong life essence being emitted nearby. If I'm not wrong, it was emitted by the high-grade elf tree. But in the next moment, it disappeared, and I only saw you in the vicinity. Tell me, did you obtain the high-grade elf tree?" Hua Ding said lightly. He was still in a superior position, commanding Lu Ming in a commanding tone. "Yes or no? What does it have to do with you?" Lu Ming said. "Hee, Mu Yun, you're very arrogant. Originally, if you obediently hand over your storage ring, I could have left your corpse intact. But now, I've decided that I will feed you to the evil spirits." Hua Ding sneered, and the killing intent emanating from his body became even stronger. "You really know how to act cool. I'll send you on your way first. Lu Ming directly made his move. This Hua Ding, as soon as he saw him, emitted a strong, killing intent. Lu Ming didn't hold back at all against such a person. He made the first move to gain the upper hand. Boom! His palm was like a knife, piercing through the air and slashing at Hua Ding's vital points. Hua Ding's expression changed. The power of Lu Ming's attack made him feel a terrifying sense of danger. Arrow cauldron technique. Hua Ding roared, and the divine power in his body boiled. Very small arrows rushed out from every pore of his body. These arrows gathered together, forming a large cauldron that floated in front of him. Clang! Lu Ming's palm landed on the large cauldron. The large cauldron let out a violent roar and then exploded. Hua Ding's body shook violently, and he retreated violently, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Oh, you're really not suppressed? Hua Ding roared in shock, and then a greedy look appeared in his eyes. He immediately thought of the value of not being suppressed. Really not suppressed? What do you mean by that? You seem to have heard it before. Lu Ming frowned. The first thing he thought of was Ling, Fei, and Huamin. This was because the only people who knew that he wasn't suppressed were Ling, Fei, Huamin, and the others. However, the female elf had just left, and naturally, she could not have revealed it to Hua Ding. There was only one possibility, which was that Ling, Fei, and the others had asked Hua Ding to deal with him, and that was why he knew. Swoosh! At this moment, Hua Ding's body retreated frantically, trying to distance himself from Lu Ming. Then a battle bow formed in his hand. Arrow cauldron technique, suppressing heaven and earth. Hua Ding roared, and he continued to shoot. His arrows were not aimed at Lu Ming, but at the sky. Swoosh! 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 Arrows flew into the sky, and then those arrows turned into large cauldrons and pressed down on Lu Ming. There were a total of 12 large cauldrons, and they emitted a terrifying wave of energy that could suppress heaven and earth. Lu Ming was surprised. This kind of archery technique was rare. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. He rushed up, and his body glowed. The Great God Wind technique and Great Shattering technique burst out, and combined with Lu Ming's palm, they attacked continuously. Boom! 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 Terrifying collisions erupted, and violent energy waves swept in all directions. The countless ancient trees below were destroyed by the energy waves and turned into ashes. Chapter 39:18. Lu Ming struck out 12 consecutive palms, colliding with the 12 cauldrons. With 12 consecutive explosions, the 12 cauldrons were all destroyed by Lu Ming. Kill! After destroying the 12 cauldrons, Lu Ming continued to charge towards Hua Ding like an invincible god of war. His palms broke through the void, and a terrifying divine light surged towards Hua Ding. Damn it! He really isn't being suppressed. How can this be? Hua Ding roared in his heart, trying his best to fight against Lu Ming. However, Hua Ding's combat strength was not much different from Xianxia's. If they were on the 5th level, Lu Ming would not be his match. However, he was suppressed too much here, and he was no match for Lu Ming. Before the two exchanged more than 10 blows, Hua Ding's shoulder was slashed by Lu Ming. His shoulder was almost shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Kill! Lu Ming yelled and unleashed his abilities to the maximum. At that moment, his body glowed, and all of his offensive and entrapment secret skills were revealed. They turned into a storm and charged towards Hua Ding. Hua Ding was dumbfounded. How could one person master so many secret skills? Then, he roared crazily and resisted with all his might, shattering one secret skill after another. However, with so many secret skills attacking at the same time, the power was too shocking. Hua Ding barely managed to block it. However, Lu Ming had already appeared in front of him. He clenched his fist and punched Hua Ding's dantian. This time, Hua Ding's face was pale. This was because Lu Ming's violent fist force had entered his dantian, causing the star at his dantian to tremble. The divine flames on the star were almost extinguished, and its light dimmed. Hua Ding screamed, and his body flew out, coughing up blood. This time, he was severely injured, and his aura was much weaker. Lu Ming's body flashed, and he appeared next to Hua Ding again. He attacked with all his might, showing no mercy. Hua Ding roared and fought with all his might. His divine power burned fiercely, and he wanted to break free from the suppression of heaven and earth and return to his peak. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to risk his life. The Eternal Star and his Dantian had been severely damaged by Lu Ming, and it was difficult for him to regain his full strength. Even if he burned his divine power, it was difficult for him to break through the suppression of the world. However, under such desperate efforts, his battle strength had increased greatly. His body seemed to be covered with a suit of armor made of god power, and a huge cauldron appeared. Grabbing the foot of the cauldron, he threw it toward Lu Ming. This kind of cauldron was completely condensed from numerous arrows. Its attack power was extremely terrifying. After exchanging several blows with Lu Ming, there was still no clear victor. "Little bastard, you want to kill me? Don't even think about it. When I get out, I'll make you wish you were dead." Hua Ding roared. His hair stood on end, his killing intent like a rainbow. He had actually been forced by Lu Ming to this point. He was desperately burning his divine power. This was extremely damaging to him. The side effects were huge. It might hurt his foundation and make it difficult for him to improve in the future. His hatred for Lu Ming was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. He had already decided in his heart that after he left, no matter what price he had to pay, he would deal with Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming was Ling Yue's fiancé, he would still kill him. "You still want to leave now? Is that possible?" Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard. All of a sudden, his attacks changed. He completely abandoned his defense and focused all his energy on attacking. "You're courting death." Hua Ding discovered that Lu Ming had revealed a huge flaw. How could he miss such an opportunity? The cauldron whizzed out and struck Lu Ming horizontally. Dong! The cauldron heavily smashed into Lu Ming's body. Countless arrows shot out and pierced through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming suddenly turned into a hornet's nest. "Ha ha! Go to hell, go to hell!" Hua Ding laughed crazily, his face sinister. But in the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Lu Ming, who had already turned into a hornet's nest, actually moved. Taking advantage of the situation, he circled around to Hua Ding's side. His palm was like a blade as he slashed down at him. Compared to before, his power was not the slightest bit weaker. Hua Ding was completely dumbfounded. After being hit by his cauldron head-on, his body had been pierced into a hornet's nest, but he was actually fine. He could still make a move and maintain his peak combat strength. What was going on? No matter how strong the others were, their bodies would definitely be severely injured after being pierced like this. They probably wouldn't even be able to unleash 10% of their strength. However, Lu Ming still maintained 100% of his strength. This was beyond his expectations. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Puff! Lu Ming's palm was like a blade. On his palm, there was the power of the Great God Wind Technique and the Great Shattering Technique. The Great God Wind Technique was incomparably sharp and possessed a terrifying cutting power. As for the Great Shattering Technique, it possessed a terrifying shattering power. When the palm hit Hua Ding, it directly blasted the protective divine power on his body and slashed his body. Blood splattered everywhere. Hua Ding's body was slashed diagonally into two halves. The remaining two halves of his body continued to shatter under the bombardment of the Great Shattering Technique. Hua Ding's soul escaped from his sea of consciousness. He wanted to escape, but he was caught by Lu Ming's big hand. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me," Hua Ding screamed in horror. However, Lu Ming's face was cold. He squeezed hard, and Hua Ding's soul turned into ashes with a bang. It completely disappeared. Hua Ding was killed by Lu Ming. A storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Naturally, it was Hua Ding's. Lu Ming didn't stay. His figure flashed, and he left this place. After all, Hua Ding was a top genius of the elf clan. If others saw that he was killed by him, it wouldn't be good. It would cause trouble. After leaving for some distance, Lu Ming began to check the storage ring left behind by Hua Ding. Soon, Lu Ming smiled. The collection in Hua Ding's storage ring was more abundant than Lin Xia's. There were many elf tree hearts, low-level and mid-level elf tree trees. Unfortunately, there were no high-level elf tree trees. It seemed like high-level elf tree trees were not easy to find. After killing Hua Ding, Lu Ming continued to search on the 7th floor. He encountered a few groups of evil spirits and obtained many dark spirit pearls. However, he still didn't find any high-level elf tree trees. Instead, he met other geniuses of the elf clan. These geniuses of the elf clan were surprised to see that Lu Ming could make it to the 7th floor. Some of them even wanted to attack Lu Ming, but Lu Ming took the initiative to retreat. After all, he was an elf clan. If news of him killing too many geniuses of the elf clan spread, the people behind them would definitely come after him. It was best to avoid trouble. Unless the other party wanted to kill him, like Hua Ding, he wouldn't show mercy. Fortunately, the other elf clans didn't want to kill him that badly. Just like that, Lu Ming stayed on the 7th floor for a total of 7 days. On the 7th day, he finally found another high-level elf tree. With that, Lu Ming found a total of 2 high-level elf tree trees. He found quite a number of low-level and mid-level elf tree trees. Chapter 39:19. I can't go on like this. I won't be able to find 12 high-level elven tree seeds in 3 months. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. He felt that there might not be 12 elven tree seeds in the entire 7th level. Moreover, there were many elven prodigies on this level. With so many people searching together, how could he find 12 high-level elven tree seeds? Looks like I have to go to the 8th level to take a look. Lu Ming made a decision. He immediately headed in a certain direction. There were a total of 3 entrances from the 7th level to the 8th level. Lu Ming had searched here for 7 days and had already found 2 entrances and left his mark. Therefore, Lu Ming quickly found one of the entrances and entered the 8th level. The 8th level was stronger than the 7th level in terms of the density of life essence and the suppression of heaven and earth. However, the suppression of heaven and earth was still ineffective against Lu Ming. Looking around, the world was filled with lush forests. Large tracts of forest stood between heaven and earth, incomparably magnificent. That's an elven tree seed. Lu Ming glanced around and found that there was a tree not far away that had a particularly dense life essence. On the crown of the tree, there was a fruit. It was clearly an elven tree seed. Lu Ming stepped over and took it down. He found that it was a low-level elven tree seed. There should be a lot of low-level elven tree seeds on the 8th level. Lu Ming smiled and spread out his spiritual consciousness to search. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Ming found another elven tree seed. Although it was also a low-level one, Lu Ming was ecstatic. The density of elven tree seeds here was so high. They were only a few thousand miles apart, and elven tree seeds were continuously appearing. There would definitely be a huge harvest on this level. Caw! At this moment, a terrifying roar sounded. A pitch-black giant bird pounced towards Lu Ming. This giant bird was an evil spirit, but its aura was exceptionally terrifying, causing Lu Ming's pupils to shrink slightly. The giant bird evil spirit was very fast. In the next moment, it appeared not far from Lu Ming. Its sharp claws were like knives, grabbing at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. His palm was like a blade as he slashed out, slashing at the giant bird evil spirit's sharp claws. There was an intense explosion, and Lu Ming retreated. He felt a burning pain in his palm. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt that the power of this evil spirit was no weaker than the 3-headed lizard evil spirit guarding the evil spirit tower on the 4th floor. If this evil spirit was only an ordinary evil spirit from the 8th floor, then it would be terrifying. Caw! The giant bird evil spirit let out a strange cry and continued to attack Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming took out the array of dark spirit beads and activated the array's power. Now, Lu Ming's dark spirit bead array was made up of more than 20 dark spirit beads of different sizes. The deterrence it had on the dark spirits was amazing. As soon as the evil spirit was enveloped by the mysterious aura of the spirit array, it shuddered, and a look of horror appeared in its eyes. It turned around and fled. Lu Ming did not chase after it. He was very satisfied with the ability of the dark spirit beads. Now was the time to focus on finding the elvish tree species. Hunting evil spirits would be a waste of time. Next, Lu Ming focused on finding the elvish tree species. The evil spirits on the 7th or 8th floor were indeed very terrifying. Some were alone, some were in groups of 3 or 5, and some were even in groups of dozens. The strength of these evil spirits was no weaker than the giant bird evil spirit that Lu Ming first met. If it were not for the deterrence of the dark spirit bead array, Lu Ming would have been torn to pieces by these evil spirits. So, basically, no elven prodigies dared to come to this floor. Anyway, Lu Ming had wandered around for several days and did not meet any elven prodigies. With the deterrence of the dark spirit bead, Lu Ming's dark spirit bead array was like his backyard. Whether it was a lone evil spirit or a group of evil spirits, as long as he activated the dark spirit bead array, all the evil spirits would definitely run away. So, Lu Ming happily looked for the elvish tree species on the 8th floor. The 8th floor was very big. Lu Ming had been looking for the elvish tree species on the 8th floor for more than 10 days. The harvest was quite bountiful. He had found at least a few hundred low-grade elvish tree species. There were definitely more than 50 mid-grade elvish tree species. Even the high-grade elvish tree species, Lu Ming found 8. Yes, Lu Ming had almost searched the entire 8th floor and only found 8 high-grade elvish tree species. The number of high-grade elvish tree species was even fewer than he had imagined. It seemed that he was very lucky to find 2 high-grade elvish tree species on the 7th floor. There were probably only a few high-grade elvish tree species in the entire 7th floor. Finally, after a few more days, Lu Ming felt that he had really searched the entire 8th floor and finally found another high-grade elvish tree species. In this way, he found 9 high-grade elvish tree species on the 8th floor and 2 on the 7th floor, making a total of 11 high-grade elvish tree species. He was only 1 away from 12 high-grade elvish tree species. It seems that I have to go to the 9th floor to have a look, Lu Ming thought. However, the dark spirits on the 8th floor were already so terrifying. He did not know how terrifying the dark spirits on the 9th floor would be. Lu Ming was not sure if the array of the dark spirit bead in his hand would be effective. There is still more than 2 months before the 3-month deadline. Anyway, it's still early. It won't take that long to search the 9th floor. I'd better strengthen the power of the dark spirit bead array first, Lu Ming thought. Previously, when he encountered the dark spirits, he did not hunt them. It was mainly to find the elvish tree species that was more important. Now that the 8th floor had almost been searched, and it was still early, Lu Ming planned to hunt the dark spirits to strengthen the power of the dark spirit bead array so that he could explore the 9th floor. As soon as he made the decision, there was a roar not far away. Several dark spirits flew toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he rushed over. When the distance between the two sides was close enough, Lu Ming activated the power of the dark spirit bead array. The dark spirit bead array shrouded the dark spirits. The dark spirits immediately showed a look of horror and turned to flee. This time, Lu Ming would not let them escape. He went straight for them. Roar! The dark spirits fought back and fought with Lu Ming. However, these dark spirits were shrouded by the dark spirit bead array. Their strength was greatly reduced, and they were no longer Lu Ming's opponent. After a fierce battle, Lu Ming paid a small price to kill all the dark spirits and obtain several bowl-sized dark spirit beads. Haha, not bad. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He handed a few dark spirit beads to Bone Demon to refine and strengthen the power of the dark spirit beads. Lu Ming, on the other hand, found a place to absorb and refine some spirit wood hearts to enhance his potential. Before entering the ancestral land of the elves, Lu Ming's cell potential had reached 100%. Chapter 39:20. Before entering the elven ancestral land, the The potential of Lu Ming's cells had reached 100%. However, after entering the Elven ancestral land, Lu Ming had experienced a series of battles, including the battle with the dark spirits and the Elven prodigies. He had been severely injured in several battles, which had continuously stimulated the potential stored in his cells. At this time, the potential stored in Lu Ming's cells was almost zero. Once the potential stored in his cells was zero, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to recover quickly. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to absorb the Elven Tree Heart first to store potential. After stimulating so much potential, Lu Ming's cultivation base had also become stronger, and he was closer to the Divine Emperor realm. Of course, there was still a long way to go before he could fully step into the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming took out an Elven Tree Heart and started to absorb it. The absorption speed of the Elven Tree Heart was very fast. Soon, the Elven Tree Heart was completely absorbed, and the potential stored in Lu Ming's cells increased by 1%. Then, he took out the second one, the third one. When Lu Ming had absorbed and refined 100 Elven Tree Hearts, the potential stored in his cells had reached 100%. At this time, Lu Ming came out of seclusion and continued to hunt the dark spirits. For the next 7 days, Lu Ming was on the 8th level, hunting the dark spirits. In the end, Lu Ming's dark spirit bead array had a total of 108 bowl-sized dark spirit beads. Once the array of dark spirit beads was activated, its power increased by more than 10 times. Anyway, the ordinary wandering dark spirits on the 8th level were suppressed by the array of dark spirit beads. They shrank in place, trembling, and were at the mercy of Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming was ready to go to the 9th level. No matter how strong the dark spirits on the 9th level were, Lu Ming should be able to pass through unimpeded with the array of dark spirit beads. There were 2 entrances to the 9th level on the 8th level. Lu Ming had already made a mark on the 2 entrances. He went to the nearest entrance and successfully entered the 9th level. On the 9th level, the vitality was extremely strong. The ordinary trees had almost turned into spiritual wood. Of course, the suppression between heaven and earth was also very terrifying. For experts like Hua Ding and Xianxia, if they were to enter the 9th level, they would be crushed miserably. Lu Ming could kill them with one punch. There must be a lot of elven trees on this level. Lu Ming looked expectant, randomly chose a direction, and flew in that direction. However, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming did not find a single sprite tree. What's going on? Logically speaking, the chances of an elven tree seed appearing on the 9th floor were higher than on the 8th floor. How could they not find a single elven tree seed after flying for over 10,000 miles? Lu Ming was puzzled. At this moment, a few terrifying auras flew over from a distance. They were a few evil spirits. What made Lu Ming's face change slightly was the strength of these dark spirits. They were at least several times stronger than the ordinary dark spirits on the 8th level. Lu Ming quickly activated the array of the dark spirit bead, and a powerful deterrent force erupted. The few dark spirits were frightened and fled one after another. Phew! Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly rejoiced that he had spent some time hunting some dark spirits on the 8th floor to strengthen the array of the dark spirit bead. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous to face such a terrifying dark spirit on the 9th floor. After scaring away the dark spirits, Lu Ming continued to look for elven trees. Next, Lu Ming encountered several batches of dark spirits. Each dark spirit was very powerful, but when Lu Ming activated the array of dark spirit beads, he successfully scared them away. Lu Ming searched for tens of thousands of miles, but he did not find a single elven tree spirit tree. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. The 9th level, as the highest level of the world, had the most vigorous life essence. It should have bred the most elven trees. Moreover, it was said that no one from the elves had reached the 9th level for 100 stellar years. There should be more elven trees on the 9th level. Why couldn't he find one after searching for so long? This did not make sense. Lu Ming did not believe it and continued to search. A few hours later, Lu Ming suddenly felt refreshed. He had found something. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared above a huge tree. On the branch of this tree, there was a fruit exuding a rich life essence. A high-grade elven tree, spirit tree. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Feeling the richness of the life essence, Lu Ming immediately judged that this was a high-grade elven tree spirit tree. Lu Ming peeled the fruit, and there was indeed a high-grade elven tree spirit tree inside. He did not expect that the first fruit he found on the 9th level was a high-grade elven tree spirit tree. Lu Ming took out a jade box and put it inside. In this way, Lu Ming had already obtained 12 advanced elven tree species and completed the mission given by Ling Huafeng. Of course, Lu Ming would not be satisfied with this. A high-grade elven tree seed would reward 1,000 elvenwood cores, so naturally, the more the better. Lu Ming continued his search. After searching for half a day, Lu Ming still couldn't find a single low-level elven tree seed or an intermediate elven tree seed. However, Lu Ming found a high-level elven tree seed. I see. All the factors that could breed elven trees in this layer have been taken away by the advanced elven trees. Therefore, this layer can't breed low-level elven trees or intermediate elven trees. If it were to breed, it would only breed advanced elven trees. Bones speculated. That should be the case. Lu Ming also nodded. He had also thought of this point. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. But it was also good. All of them were breeding high-grade elven tree species. The number of high-grade elven tree species on this floor would definitely be shocking. Following this, Lu Ming became even more excited as he searched. Sure enough, the elven trees that he found were all high-level elven trees. 1, 2, 3. Lu Ming stayed on the 9th floor for half a month and almost searched the entire floor. In the end, he found a total of 38 high-level elven tree species. Yes, a total of 38, and all of them were high-level elven trees. In addition to the previous 11, there were a total of 49 high-level elven tree species. The smile on Lu Ming's face almost never disappeared. 49 high-level elven tree species. How much reward would the elves give? A total of 49,000 elvenwood cores. Lu Ming was really afraid that he would take away all the elvenwood cores of the elves. However, the elves only had slightly more than 100 mature high-level elven trees for countless years. If they saw that Lu Ming had brought out 49 high-level elven tree species, what kind of expression would they have? Anyway, with so many elvenwood cores in his hands, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. He would use at most 1,000 elvenwood cores to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. 40 to 50,000 elvenwood cores were enough for him to use for a long time. Chapter 39:21. However, Lu Ming thought of a problem, and the smile on his face disappeared. There is actually a dimensional door, Lu Ming whispered. On the 9th floor, Lu Ming actually saw a vortex, which was a dimensional door. This was definitely not a dimensional door to go out, because it was very simple to go out. Just go back along the original path to the 1st floor, and you can go out. Could this dimensional door lead to the next floor? According to the previous pattern, it was really possible. There were 9 entrances from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. There were 8 entrances from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. All the way down, there were 2 entrances from the 8th floor to the 9th floor. Then, there was an entrance to the 9th floor, which was just in line with the pattern. Could there be a 10th floor? However, didn't the elves say that there was only a 9th floor? How could there be a 10th floor? Lu Ming was very curious. The harvest on the 9th floor was already so great. If there was a 10th floor, how great would the harvest be? Lu Ming was very tempted and planned to explore. But if there is a 10th floor, will the dark spirits be very terrifying? Can my current array of dark spirit beads deter them? Lu Ming was a little hesitant. Should he go back to the 8th floor to hunt more dark spirits? Whether there is a 10th floor or not, I still don't know. I will go and take a look first. Be careful. If I find that the dark spirits are too terrifying, I will immediately retreat. Lu Ming made a decision, then restrained his aura and stepped into the vortex. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a strange world. This is when Lu Ming looked around. He was a little stunned. because this world was completely different from the previous world. The previous world, no matter which world it was lush and full of vitality. But this world was completely different. There were stones everywhere, and it was dead silent. There was not a single plant to be found. How could this be? Lu Ming showed a puzzled look. The world after the 9th floor was not full of vitality, but dead silence. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming decided to take a good look. Lu Ming restrained his aura and flew out. However, as far as the eye could see, everything was deathly still. There was no sign of life. And in this world, there was no evil spirit tower, nor were there any evil spirits. It was as if Lu Ming was the only living being in this world. Behind a vibrant world was a dead world. What did this mean? Lu Ming was puzzled. However, he could not suppress the curiosity in his heart. He sped up and flew forward, determined to find out what was going on. After flying for several million miles, it was still deathly still. He didn't find any plants or living creatures. Could it be that this is a dead world? Lu Ming was a little disappointed. Originally, he thought that he would be able to gain a lot, but in the end, he found that there was nothing. That's not right. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly felt that something was wrong. He could vaguely sense wisps of life, aura, flowing in the air. This trace of life essence was very faint. If one didn't sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to sense it. This life essence emerged from the ground and then flowed slowly in one direction. However, it was very faint and very slow. If one didn't sense it carefully, it would be easy to miss it. It seemed that this world wasn't completely lifeless. It was just that the life essence seemed to be attracted by something. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming was very curious. He spread out his spirit sense and flew in the direction where the life essence was gathering. In this way, Lu Ming flew for half a day. After half a day, Lu Ming finally saw a shocking scene. In front of him, on the ground, there was a towering ancient tree. This was the only plant that Lu Ming saw in this world. However, this tree was too tall. It was more than 10,000 feet tall, and the crown of the tree covered the sky. From a distance, this ancient tree was shining with divine light. Every leaf was flowing with rich life essence. Between the branches, Lu Ming saw fruit. No, it was 2 fruits. On the other side of the branch, Lu Ming saw 2 more fruits. The 2 fruits were emerald green and filled with extremely rich life essence. Compared to the life essence of the high-level elven tree that Lu Ming had obtained before, it was 10 times denser. No, it was 100 times denser. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. This world was completely barren, but the first tree he saw was already so shocking. The key was, what level of elven tree was it? It far surpassed the high-level elven tree. Could it be the legendary holy seed of the elven race, the holy tree seed? Right, it must be the elven race's holy tree seed. There's no mistake. I just didn't expect it to give birth to 2 holy tree seeds. The bone demon's voice sounded, also full of surprise. I heard Ling Yue mention before that even if the elven holy tree seed was born, there would only be 1. How could there be 2? Lu Ming was also very surprised. This is very simple. No one has entered this world for too long. Moreover, this tree has undergone a mutation and absorbed the essence of the entire world. That's why it was able to give birth to the holy tree seed, and there are even 2 of them. Not only the holy tree seed, this tree is also extraordinary. If an elf can cultivate here for a period of time and fuse with a wisp of essence energy from the tree, there will definitely be an astonishing change. The bone demon explained. He flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows and carefully stared at the ancient tree in front of him, making many deductions. 2 holy tree seeds. I wonder what kind of reward will be given to the elves. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a dazzling light. Give both of them to the elves? Are you stupid? The bone demon disdained. If I don't give it to the elves, it's useless for me to keep it. Lu Ming said. How can it be useless? It's of great use. You could just hand over one of the 2 holy tree seeds. Keep the other one for yourself, and find a way to nurture it in the future. If you nurture it to maturity, It will be very beneficial for your cultivation. If you want to establish a force, the benefits will be even greater. At the same time, you can allow countless people to cultivate under the tree and increase their cultivation. The Bone Demon said. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before nodding his head in the end. Although he didn't have the intention to establish a force now, it was hard to say in the future. Right now, it was just that his cultivation was still too low. In the future, when he was stronger, he could learn from Dark Knight Rose and establish a force to compete with the Heavenly Palace. It wasn't a bad choice. Keep it first. Lu Ming stepped out and came to the crown of the ancient tree. Huff, huff. Rich life essence rushed toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. Lu Ming waved his hand and broke through the life essence. He came to the bottom of a fruit and plucked it. With a stroke of his finger, the fruit was split open. Suddenly, a beam of green light shot into the sky. Extremely rich life essence burst out. Whoosh! Chapter 39:22. A sparkling and translucent seed flew out like a ray of light. It was very agile and wanted to escape. It still has spirituality? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used the greater divine wind technique. His body was wrapped in a gust of wind. In a flash, he chased after the seed. In a few flashes, he caught up with the seed. He condensed a large hand and grabbed at the seed. However, the seed was very agile. With a turn, it dodged Lu Ming's hand and rushed out from another direction. Interesting. Lu Ming smiled. His face was very calm. Everything was under his control. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. The wind swept through heaven and earth. The surrounding territory was shrouded in the gust of wind. The gust of wind was like a wind wall. When the seed hit the gust of wind, it was directly bounced back. Then, the area covered by the gust of wind kept shrinking. In the end, it was only an area of 1 square meter. The seed tried to break out, but it was a pity that it couldn't break out. Now, let's see where you can run to. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. He walked out from the gust of wind. He reached out and grabbed the seed. It was tightly controlled. Thereafter, Lu Ming took out a jade box and placed the seed of the sacred tree into it. He then took out a talisman and pasted it on the jade box. Immediately, a halo appeared and enveloped the jade box. This talisman had a sealing function. It was used to seal divine pills, divine weapons, and other items to prevent their spirituality from leaking. Lu Ming had killed countless opponents and obtained many storage rings. There were all kinds of things. There were also a lot of talismans used for sealing. After sealing it, he put it in a storage ring. Then, he came to the second fruit that gave birth to the seed. This time, Lu Ming was prepared. He shrouded the surroundings with a gust of wind. Even if the seed wanted to escape, it had nowhere to go. Then, Lu Ming broke open the fruit. As expected, once the fruit was broken open, the seed inside flew out. It wanted to escape, but it was easily captured by Lu Ming and sealed. 2 holy tree seeds. The quality seems to be about the same. I'll keep one for myself. Lu Ming kept one of the seeds of the holy tree into the Jing Yu painting scroll. This was equivalent to his personal belongings. I wonder if there are any more holy tree seeds on the 10th level. Lu Ming's eyes shone, revealing a look of anticipation. Don't think about it. It's already a miracle to be able to give birth to 2 holy tree seeds. Only after exhausting the life essence of this world could it give birth. How could there be more? The Bone Demon stared. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. However, he was still indignant and continued to search in this world. After knowing that there were no evil spirits in this world, Lu Ming became bolder. There was no need to control his speed. He used the great divine wind technique to the extreme and flew at a high speed. In this way, his exploration speed was very fast. Within a few days, he had finished exploring the 10th level. In fact, other than the towering tree that nurtured the seed of the holy tree, there were no other plants. You're saying that this tree is very useful to the elves? Once again, he returned to the towering ancient tree that gave birth to the holy tree seed. Lu Ming asked the Bone Demon, It's definitely more useful than you can imagine. The Bone Demon answered with certainty. Then do you want to bring Ling Yue here and give her a stroke of good fortune? Lu Ming muttered. In the end, he decided to give Ling Yue a stroke of good fortune. Ling Yue's character was pretty good. The two of them had a pretty good relationship along the way. Moreover, he planned to hand over a holy tree seed anyway, so it wasn't a big deal to expose this ancient tree. Immediately, Lu Ming returned the way he came, from the 9th floor back to the 8th floor, and then back to the 7th floor. When he arrived at the 7th floor, Lu Ming stopped. He planned to look for Ling Yue here. Without the help of external forces, it would be rather troublesome to search. However, Lu Ming's luck was not bad. 2 days later, he actually met Ling Yue on the 7th floor. This was because before entering the Elven ancestral land, Ling Yue had told him that her goal was the 7th floor. Although Ling Yue's cultivation wasn't very high, she had the bloodline of the Elven royal family and was extremely intimidating to the evil spirits. At the same time, the other Elven geniuses wouldn't attack her, so she could still barely move around on the 7th floor. Where have you been all this time? I've been looking for you everywhere, but I haven't been able to find you. Ling Yue stared at Lu Ming with hidden bitterness, but from the depths of her eyes, Lu Ming could still see deep worry. I've been looking for you everywhere, too. Lu Ming lied with his eyes wide open. After he finished speaking, his tone changed as he said, "Come with me. I've prepared a fortuitous encounter for you." You prepared a fortuitous encounter for me? What fortuitous encounter? Ling Yue revealed a curious expression. Come with me and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled and kept her in suspense as he walked towards the nearest entrance to the 8th floor. You're still playing mysterious with me? I'd like to see what kind of opportunity you've prepared. Ling Yue's gaze turned as she followed behind Lu Ming. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a whirlpool. This is the whirlpool that leads to the 8th floor. What are you doing? Are you going to the 8th floor? Let me tell you, the evil spirits on the 8th floor are extremely terrifying. Even my Elven royal family bloodline is unable to intimidate them. Ling Yue hurriedly said, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just follow me. Do you think I'll harm you? Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the whirlpool. You bastard. Ling Yue gritted her teeth, but she was afraid that something would happen to Lu Ming, so she quickly followed and grabbed onto Lu Ming's arm. The two of them pulled each other together and reached the next level. They would definitely stay together. If they entered separately and entered the next level, there would still be a deviation in distance. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen. After reaching the 8th floor, Ling Yue was extremely nervous. Her eyes kept rolling around, as if she was afraid that an evil spirit would rush out. Mu Yun, this is the 8th floor. It's very dangerous. Let's go back. Ling Yue said. As for the opportunity that Lu Ming had mentioned, she no longer believed it. The opportunity would be on the 8th floor? How is this possible? How did Lu Ming know that there was an opportunity on the 8th floor? As for Lu Ming personally looking for it on the 8th floor, she didn't believe it all. If Lu Ming was alone on the 8th floor, he would be torn to pieces by the evil spirits here. Why should I go back? I've been on the 8th floor for many days. It's fine, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Ling Yue followed closely behind Lu Ming, her eyes busy as she looked around. You've been on the 8th floor for many days, don't lie to me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child that's easy to fool? Let's go back, Ling Yue said, extremely nervous. Chapter 39:23. Ling Yue was really nervous. She was the Elven princess, so she understood the Elven ancestral land too well. She was even more clear about how dangerous the 8th floor was. Even the top geniuses of the 3rd and 4th level of the Divine Emperor realm would be in great danger if they entered the 8th floor. If they encountered a large group of evil spirits, they would most likely die. With their strength, if they encountered an evil spirit, they would definitely die. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. She stood at the side, glancing at Lu Ming from time to time with a resentful gaze. Lu Ming pretended not to see it and stepped forward, heading towards the entrance to the 9th floor. Roar! Roar! A terrifying roar rang out, and the evil spirits appeared. Moreover, as soon as they appeared, there were more than 10 of them. They flew towards Lu Ming and the others at an astonishing speed. Ling Yui's small face instantly turned deathly pale, without a trace of blood. "Evil spirit! It's an evil spirit! Let's go!" Ling Yue cried out in alarm. Pulling Lu Ming's arm, she was about to run away. However, Lu Ming was here, not moving at all. Ling Yue was greatly suppressed here. Lu Ming was not suppressed, so she naturally could not pull Lu Ming away. However, at this moment, she didn't have the mood to wonder why she couldn't pull Lu Ming away. Right now, she was completely in chaos. "Muyan, let's go, let's go! The evil spirits are here!" Ling Yue shouted, on the verge of tears. However, Lu Ming stood there with a smile on his face, not moving at all. Lu Ming didn't leave, and she wouldn't leave by herself. Seeing that the dozen or so terrifying evil spirits were about to reach them, the cold aura caused goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. Scram! At this time, Ling Yue shouted and stepped forward, blocking in front of Lu Ming. She pushed the elf royal bloodline to the extreme, hoping to use the elf royal bloodline to intimidate these evil spirits. However, these evil spirits were all very powerful. Although they were still a little afraid of the elf royal bloodline, the fear in their eyes only flashed for a moment before it disappeared. They roared a few times and continued to pounce towards Lu Ming and Ling Yue. "It's over." This was the only thought left in Ling Yue's mind. The elven royal bloodline could not intimidate these evil spirits. With their own strength, they would definitely die. However, at this moment, Ling Yue felt a strange aura spreading out from behind her, rushing forward. When those evil spirits were hit by this aura, their eyes were filled with terror. They screamed a few times and turned to run, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This... Ling Yue stood there in a daze, her mind a little muddled. What was going on? Why did those evil spirits suddenly flee in fear like mice meeting a cat? Then, she turned around and saw Lu Ming smiling at her. There were some round pearls floating above Lu Ming's head. The strange aura was coming from these round pearls. I've said it before, there's no need to be afraid. I've stayed on the 8th level for many days. Lu Ming repeated what he said before. This is a bead bred by an evil spirit? It can actually intimidate evil spirits. Where did you get it? After all, Ling Yue was a proud daughter of heaven. She quickly calmed down and stared at the evil spirit bead formation on Lu Ming's body. Ling Yue naturally knew about the evil spirit bead. In history, there were also elven geniuses who obtained the evil spirit bead from the evil spirits, but they never knew what use it had. I got it by chance and place on the 5th floor. It's very useful. The evil spirits don't even dare to approach me. Lu Ming said. Of course, this was all nonsense from Lu Ming. Naturally, you wouldn't say that this was refined by the Bone Demon, nor would he say that he refined it himself. How could a young man like him refine such a treasure? The elves would definitely suspect him and ask him to hand over the refining method. Therefore, saying that he had accidentally picked it up was the best excuse. Picked it up? Could it be that it was developed by a genius of our elven race? Left behind in the 5th level? Ling Yue began to imagine for herself. Lu Ming did not explain further and continued to fly forward. This time, Ling Yue was much more at ease as she followed Lu Ming. On the way, they encountered a few evil spirits, but all of them were easily scared away by the evil spirit beads array formation. Especially once, when at least 100 evil spirits were scared away by the evil spirit beads array formation. Ling Yue was finally completely relieved. However, Ling Yue immediately thought of another question. Why didn't I see a single elven tree seed on the 8th floor? Mu Yun, did you really stay on the 8th floor for many days? Ling Yue asked. I've already said it several times. Lu Ming said. Then did you plunder all the elven tree seeds on the 8th floor? Ling Yue said, her big eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. And Lu Ming nodded. Ling Yue's eyes immediately emitted a dazzling light. Then have you found all 12 high-level elven tree seeds? Then he saw Ling Yue giggling foolishly. She was too happy. Lu Ming had completed his mission. This time, her father, her second uncle, and the others had nothing to say. Lu Ming had proven his value. He wouldn't let her marry someone from the angel race anymore, right? Soon, they arrived at another entrance. This is the entrance to the 9th floor? You're not going to the 9th floor, are you? Ling Yue's eyes widened again. Lu Ming nodded. You didn't stay on the 9th floor for many days, did you? And don't tell me you've obtained all the elven tree seeds on the 9th floor? And Ling Yue stopped talking. Her entire person was in a daze. She instinctively followed Lu Ming into the 9th floor, then circled around and arrived at the entrance to the 10th floor. Only then did Ling Yue come back to her senses. Why? Why is there another entrance? Where does this lead to? Ling Yue asked. Of course it's the 10th floor. Lu Ming replied. Ling Yue continued to be in a daze, her eyes wide open. She realized that she was more astonished today than before. All of this was brought about by Lu Ming. Not only did Lu Ming plunder all the elven tree seeds on the 8th and 9th floors, but there was also a 10th floor in the ancestral land of the elves. As the princess of the elves, she didn't know about this. What was on the 10th floor? Let's go. Lu Ming stepped out, and Ling Yue hurriedly followed. When the two of them arrived at the 10th floor and looked at the dead silent land, Ling Yue was stunned. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Lu Ming didn't care about her. Bringing Ling Yue with him, he quickly headed towards the ancient tree that was giving birth to the holy tree seed. Ling Yue suppressed the questions in her heart and followed Lu Ming. Finally, the towering tree appeared in front of them. This. Chapter 39-24. Ling Yue was simply too excited. As a member of the elven royal family, she possessed the bloodline of the elven royal family. The moment she saw this towering ancient tree, the bloodline in her body reacted and became abnormally excited. Could this be the holy seed mother tree that gave birth to the holy tree seed? When Ling Yue spoke, her voice trembled. Holy seed mother tree? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right, it's the tree that gave birth to the holy tree seed. It's called the holy seed mother tree. As Ling Yue spoke, she looked at Lu Ming and said, Mu Yun, could it be that you obtained the holy tree seed? That's right, I did obtain the holy tree seed. Lu Ming nodded his head. He had originally planned to hand one over, so there was no need to hide it. Ling Yue was petrified. Her entire body stiffened as she stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes. She was completely dumbfounded. She felt as if her thoughts had exploded and she couldn't control them anymore. The holy tree seed, it was actually the holy tree seed. Mu Yin had actually obtained the holy tree seed. This was something she would never have dreamed of in the past. It was simply too dreamy. However, the holy seed mother tree was right in front of her, so she had no choice but to believe it. After a while, Ling Yue took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down a little. However, she was still extremely excited. Lu Ming had actually obtained a holy tree seed. If you were to take it out, the entire elf clan would be alarmed. With such a great contribution, let's see what her father and second uncle had to say. Obtaining a seed of the holy tree was even more beneficial and powerful to the elves than obtaining the help of the angels. Relying on others was ultimately just relying on others. How much could he rely on? As for the holy tree seed, it would be able to nurture the elven holy tree in the future. The reason why the elf clan was ranked 33rd in the prehistoric 10,000 races was because they no longer had the elven holy tree. If they had the elven holy tree again, the strength of the elf clan would definitely increase greatly. As long as they had enough time, the elf clan would definitely enter the top 30. There was even a high chance of entering the top 20. This was a matter that concerned the rise and fall of a race. Lu Ming had obtained such a great merit. So who among the elves would oppose the marriage between the two of them? She definitely wouldn't have to marry an angel. This could be said to be perfect. It was hundreds of times more perfect than she had imagined. I feel that this tree will be helpful to you. What do you think? Is there any help? Lu Ming said. Of course it's helpful. Ling Yue nodded her head and said excitedly, the holy seed mother tree is very strange. Once the seed of the holy tree is taken away, it will naturally wither in 3 months. However, the holy seed mother tree contains an abundant amount of primordial essence qi. This primordial essence qi has an unimaginable effect on the elves. Once absorbed and refined, it will lead to a huge evolution. Ling Yue explained as she looked at the holy seed mother tree, her eyes revealing a blazing light. The holy seed mother tree was an opportunity that every elf looked forward to. It was a great fortune, and it was extremely useful to the elves. So that's how it is. Then it means that I didn't bring you here for nothing. Go and cultivate. There's still more than a month until the end of the examination. Hurry up, Lu Ming said. Thank you. Ling Yue stared at Lu Ming, staring straight at Lu Ming. No, just as Lu Ming was about to speak, Ling Yue pounced on him and kissed Lu Ming on the face. A burst of fragrance wafted over, causing Lu Ming to be stunned. What was going on? Big sister, don't misunderstand. Lu Ming roared in his heart. While Lu Ming was in a daze, Ling Yue had already flown towards the mother tree with a red face, leaving Lu Ming alone in the wind. Ling Yue arrived under the holy seed mother tree and sat down cross-legged. In the next moment, Ling Yue's body emitted a resplendent light, and a towering tree appeared behind Ling Yue. At this moment, the holy seed mother tree also emitted a myriad of multicolored light, resonating with Ling Yue. The light emitted by the two intertwined, becoming indistinguishable from each other. Slowly, Ling Yue's body actually moved towards the holy seed mother tree, and in the end, completely merged with the holy seed mother tree. Lu Ming could see that the light on the holy seed mother tree was constantly converging towards Ling Yue. Ling Yue was silently undergoing some changes. Time passed day by day. Very quickly, nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the holy seed mother tree underwent a huge change. At this time, the holy seed mother tree had become withered and yellow. All of its essence, energy, and spirit had disappeared. Below, Ling Yue's body reappeared, but it was emitting a myriad of multicolored light. At the same time, a terrifying fluctuation spread out. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Ling Yue's body. Second level of the Divine Emperor Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ling Yue's cultivation had actually reached the second level of the Divine Emperor Realm. She had only broken through to the first level of the Divine Emperor Realm not long ago, but now she had broken through to the second level of the Divine Emperor Realm. This speed was absolutely astonishing. However, Lu Ming felt that Ling Yue's greatest change, her greatest gain, was not the increase in her cultivation, but the increase in her own body. Ling Yue had definitely undergone a qualitative change. Swish! At this time, Ling Yue opened her eyes. 2 emerald green arrows shot out from her eyes, directly piercing through space, causing 2 pitch-black passageways to appear in the air. Following that, Ling Yue soared into the sky and stood in midair, her body emitting a terrifying aura. This aura was not an aura emitted by one's cultivation base, but rather an aura of the essence. The aura of a superior being was like that of a fairy king, patrolling her people. Bloodline, has it evolved? Lu Ming whispered. She must have evolved. She has taken a big step closer to the original elves. This is the real Elven Emperor. In the future, her talent will be very terrifying. It will be very easy for her to cultivate the secret skills of the elves. The Bone Demon said. Even the Bone Demon used the word terrifying to describe Ling Yue. It was definitely not simple. Lu Ming revealed a smile. In any case, Ling Yue was a friend and not an enemy. The stronger she was, the better it would be for Lu Ming. At this time, the aura on Ling Yue's body was withdrawn, and she returned to her usual state. However, Lu Ming still faintly felt that Ling Yue had changed. The essence of life had changed. It was as if he had changed from a lower life form to a higher life form. Muya, and thank you. Ling Yue came in front of Lu Ming and sincerely thanked him. Only she knew how great of a fortune she had obtained. This Holy Seed Mother Tree was actually more useful than the legendary Holy Seed Mother Tree, allowing her to obtain an unimaginable harvest. The increase in her cultivation was secondary. The most important thing was that her talent had increased by a large amount. Her previous talent was already terrifying and was at the peak of the universe. How strong was she now? Chapter 39:25. Even Ling Yue herself couldn't figure out how strong her current talent was. This point needed to be slowly dug out in the future. In any case, she felt that it should be stronger than the blood azura that Xiao Wuji had transformed into. Of course, she didn't know that this Holy Seed Mother Tree had borne 2 Holy Tree seeds. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been puzzled. All right, the 3-month period is almost up. Let's go back. Lu Ming said. Ling Yue nodded. Immediately, the 2 of them returned to the 9th floor. Not long after arriving at the 9th floor, they encountered a few powerful evil spirits. Just as Lu Ming was about to take out the evil spirit beta ray, Ling Yue stopped Lu Ming. Let me do it. Ling Yue took a step forward and a powerful aura spread out. This aura was high and mighty, many times higher than the Elven royal bloodline. When those evil spirits were hit by this aura, they actually revealed an incomparably terrified expression. Then, they turned around and ran, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. They ran even faster than when they encountered the evil spirit beta ray. Amazing! Lu Ming exclaimed. It seemed that the bloodline in Ling Yue's body had evolved to an extremely high level. In the future, Ling Yue alone would be able to come and go freely in this ancestral land. Ling Yue also nodded in satisfaction. She retracted her aura and looked the same as before. After that, there was nothing left for Lu Ming. As soon as they encountered an evil spirit, Ling Yue released her aura and those evil spirits immediately fled. Soon, they returned to the 8th floor, and then the 7th floor. Almost all the people on the 7th floor had left. After all, the time was almost up. Once the terrifying evil spirits sleeping in the evil spirit tower woke up in 3 months, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Their journey was unimpeded. Finally, they left the Elven ancestral land and returned to your palace. Numerous gazes swept over Lu Ming and Ling Yue. They were all the geniuses of the Elven race. Lu Ming also looked around and found that the number of Elven race geniuses was a little less than when he entered. Obviously, in addition to the few who were killed by Lu Ming, many others had also died in the Elven ancestral land. This was good too. No one would suspect him. They waited here for a few days. A few days later, the 3-month period officially arrived. All right, the 3 months are up. Now, follow me back to the palace. I'll count your gains and give you your rewards. One of the Elven elders who had brought them here said. After that, Lu Ming and the others followed the 2 Elven elders back to the Elven palace and arrived at a huge hall. At this moment, there were already many people in the main hall. Lu Ming glanced around and saw a middle-aged man from the elf tribe sitting at the very top. Although he was sitting casually, he exuded a majestic aura. There were many people on both sides of the hall. There were middle-aged men and white-haired old men. Greetings, your majesty. Many elven prodigies bowed to the middle-aged man at the top. Only then did Lu Ming know that the middle-aged man was the emperor of the elven race, Ling Yue's father. Most of the elves in the hall were the upper echelons of the elves. There were elven elders and elven big shots with great power. Ling Yue's second uncle, Ling Huafeng, was also present. As for Ling Yue's cousin, Ling Piao, her cousin, she was also in the hall, sitting behind Ling Huafeng. All of you get up. I believe you have all gained a lot. Today, all the elders of the treasure repository are here. As long as you take out the elven tree seed, we can immediately give you your rewards. Elf Emperor Ling Huashua said. Many elven prodigies' eyes immediately lit up. The treasure repository was the place where the elves stored their treasures. In the past, after the Holy Seed examination ended, They would first count the elven tree seed and register it before giving out rewards in the future. They didn't expect that this time it would be given out on the spot. Naturally, the sooner he got the reward, the better. The more at ease he would feel. If he didn't get it, it wouldn't be his. Who knew what would happen? Take out all the elven tree seeds you have obtained. This time, my treasure repository has brought enough elven wood hearts to give you rewards. An elder of the treasure repository said. All right, let's start counting. Elf Emperor Ling Huashuo waved his hand and gave the order. I'll do it. Immediately, a young elven man stepped forward and came to the center of the hall. Then he took out a storage ring. The storage ring lit up, and then a few jade boxes flew out and flew towards the elders of the treasure repository. A few elders of the treasure repository waved their hands, and a wave of divine power spread out, dragging the jade boxes. One of the elders stepped forward and opened the jade boxes one by one. As soon as the first jade box was opened, a rich life essence spread out. One low-level elven tree seed. A treasure repository elder nodded and opened the second jade box. One low-level elven tree seed. One low-level elven tree seed. The elders of the treasure repository began to count one by one. In the end, the young man obtained a total of 7 low-level elven tree seeds. A total of 7 low-level elven tree seeds. Each low-level elven tree seed will be rewarded with 10 elven wood hearts. A total of 70 elven wood hearts will be rewarded. The elder of the treasure repository announced. Immediately, a female elder of the treasure repository waved her hand, and elven wood hearts flew out one by one and flew towards the young man. A total of 70 elven wood hearts were rewarded on the spot. The young elven man was overjoyed. He quickly put them away and thanked the elders of the treasure repository and the elf emperor. Of course, the 7 elven tree seeds were put away by the elders of the treasure repository. The elven tree seeds would be stored in the treasure repository first, and they would be cultivated and planted together in the future. After the young man finished counting, a second young man immediately stepped forward. The second person obtained 9 low-level elven tree seeds and 90 elven wood hearts as a reward. The elves who received the reward all smiled. 70 to 90 elven wood hearts was not a small number. Usually, it was not so easy to obtain elven wood hearts. This could be seen from Hua Xing's pained expression when he lost 100 elven wood hearts to Lu Ming. Next, the elven prodigies took out their elven tree seeds and counted them. However, most of them were low-level elven tree seeds. From a few to more than a dozen, all of them. Of course, the ones who stepped forward at the beginning were those with lower cultivation bases. As time went on, the elves with higher cultivation bases slowly stepped forward. Slowly, some elven prodigies took out mid-level elven tree seeds, making many people envious. You want to wait? Ling Yue secretly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. It's not too late to wait a little longer. Lu Ming smiled. All right, then I'll go count them first. Ling Yue nodded and stepped forward. Chapter 39:26. Seeing Ling Yue step forward, many people's eyes lit up as they began to discuss in low voices. I wonder how the princess's harvest was? How many elven tree seeds did you get? The princess has the bloodline of the elven royal family and is very intimidating to evil spirits. She should be able to gain quite a bit. Someone saw him walk to the 7th level. I wonder if he obtained a high-grade elven tree seed. Many people's gazes fell on Ling Yue, including Ling Huafeng, Ling Piao, and the others. In fact, when Ling Piao and the others saw that Lu Ming had returned safely, their eyes flashed with a cold light and their expressions were very ugly. They had secretly made a lot of preparations. They had originally thought that Lu Ming would definitely not be able to return and would definitely die in the elven ancestral land. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would actually be fine? As for the few elven geniuses who had secretly followed their orders, they did not return. What was going on? For a moment, they couldn't understand. However, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that Lu Ming had killed them. They only thought that something unexpected had happened in the elven ancestral land. However, they were still very relieved. They believed that it was impossible for Lu Ming to complete their mission. "Princess, please." An elder of the treasure trove bowed slightly. Ling Yue nodded and waved her hand. Jade boxes flew out one by one. Each jade box was an elven tree seed, and there were a total of 29 of them. 29 jade boxes, at least 29 elven tree seeds. The princess's harvest is not small. It's indeed not small. Even if the 29 elven tree seeds are all low level, it's still not a small harvest. Many people were secretly discussing. In a treasure trove hall, elder had already begun to count. The first 12 were all low-level elven tree seeds. When the 13th jade box was opened, an even denser life essence burst out. Many people's eyes lit up. "It's a mid-level elven tree seed," someone exclaimed. "One mid-level elven tree seed." The treasure trove hall elder nodded and continued to count. In the end, Ling Yue's gains were all accounted for. 25 low-level elven tree seeds and 4 mid-level elven tree seeds. A total of 650 elven tree hearts were rewarded. Many people's eyes lit up. All of a sudden, they obtained 650 elven tree hearts. This was a huge harvest, and many people were extremely envious. Ling Yue, on the other hand, was expressionless. She accepted the reward and calmly retreated. There was no sign of joy on her face. She was aware of Lu Ming's gains. Compared to Lu Ming, her gains paled in comparison. They were not worth mentioning at all. The count continued. Following that, the people who went up to count their spoils gained more and more. Many people had obtained mid-level elven tree seeds. Time gradually passed. The number of people left gradually dwindled. In the end, only the top geniuses were left. Until now, there had been no high-level elven tree species. Ling Huashuo and the other high-ranking members of the elf tribe looked at the remaining prodigies with anticipation. Low-level elven tree species and mid-level elven tree species were good, but they didn't play a vital role in the development of the entire elven race. B. Ho Shui is going up. I wonder how her gains are. Ho Shui must have reached the 7th level. I wonder if she obtained a high-level elven tree seed. Many people were discussing animatedly, and the higher-ups of the elves also revealed looks of anticipation. It's her. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew this woman. She was the woman who had competed with Lu Ming for a high-level elven tree seed on the 7th level. Later on, she was defeated by Lu Ming and wanted to cooperate with Lu Ming. She was the woman who left after being rejected by Lu Ming. Ho Shui directly took out her gains. There were more than 50 jade boxes. Many people were secretly amazed. All of a sudden, she took out more than 50 jade boxes. What a great harvest. Not bad. The treasure vault elder nodded and began to count. In the end, Ho Shui had a total of 45 low-level elven tree seeds and 10 mid-level elven tree seeds. What a shocking harvest. However, Ling Huashuo, the treasure vault elder, and the others all revealed disappointed expressions. That's all. Is there anything else? The treasure vault elder asked. What they were hoping for was a high-level elven tree seed. There's more. Unexpectedly, Ho Shui nodded. The eyes of Ling Huashuo and the other elves immediately lit up. Also, could it be a high-level elven tree seed? They saw another jade box appear in Ho Shui's hand. This jade box was bright and could be seen at a glance that it was extraordinary. The treasure vault elder took it and opened it. Suddenly, an incomparably rich life essence burst out. The entire hall was suddenly filled with rich life essence. High-level elven tree seed. Ling Huashuo and the others' eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on their faces. It was really a high-level elven tree seed. Only this level of elven tree seed could attract their attention. The other elves' youths all revealed envious expressions. High-level elven tree seed. One reward of 1,000 elven tree hearts was really too tempting. All of Ho Shui's rewards added up was simply amazing. A smile also appeared on Ho Shui's face. The reward this time was enough for her to use for a long time. What a pity! Ho Shui's gaze swept towards Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming took away a high-level elven tree seed. Otherwise, her harvest would be even greater. Ho Shui took her reward and retreated. Then, someone else went up to count. However, although the remaining elves were all top prodigies of the elves, not all of them had obtained high-level elven tree seeds. In fact, when the remaining elves were counted, there were only a total of 4 high-level elven tree seeds. Only 4. Ling Huashuo and the others' faces were very ugly. They were very dissatisfied with this harvest because it was not as good as before. In the past, the high-level elven tree seeds they obtained each time would not be less than 5. Why were there only 4 this time? All right, I've finished checking this time. Go back and cultivate well, the treasure vault elder said. Wait, at this moment, a voice sounded. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a little speechless. He hadn't counted yet. How could it be over? He originally wanted to save it for the finale, but he didn't expect that he would be ignored. At this moment, many people's eyes looked at Lu Ming. Previously, everyone's eyes were on the top prodigies of the elves. Lu Ming had not gone up to count. These people really ignored him. Mu Yun, I thought you didn't have any harvest and didn't dare to come out to count. Ling Piao let out a contemptuous laugh. Chapter 39:27. Actually, Ling Huashuo, Ling Huafeng, and Ling Piao had been paying attention to Lu Ming. When they saw that Lu Ming had not come out to count, they thought that Lu Ming was too embarrassed to take it out because his harvest was too little. Especially Ling Piao. She thought that she would definitely be able to chase Lu Ming away this time. She didn't expect that at the last moment, Lu Ming would walk out. Mu Yun, if your harvest is not enough, then don't take it out. I can make the decision to give you 1,000 elven wood cores. Take those elven wood cores and leave the elven race. Ling Piao continued. It was as if he was sending away a beggar, wanting to send Lu Ming away. Many elves revealed expressions of envy and jealousy towards Lu Ming. Just because they had hooked up with Ling Yue, they were able to obtain 1,000 elven wood cores without any harvest, causing them to be extremely jealous. Mu Yun hasn't counted yet. What are you in such a hurry for? Ling Yue looked at Ling Piao indifferently and said, You still want to count? Yue, I'm doing this for his own good, so that he won't lose face in front of everyone, but you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, sigh? Ling Piao deliberately sighed. How do you know that he will lose face? Maybe Mu Yun has already obtained 12 high-level elven tree seeds. Ling Yue said, Pucci. At the scene, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, as soon as he laughed out loud, he held it back and his face flushed red. Ling Yue was the elven princess. The elven emperor was also present at the scene. Even if Ling Yue said something unreliable, they couldn't laugh at Ling Yue. Otherwise, the elven emperor would lose face. However, Ling Piao was still a member of the royal family, and there were very few people in the royal family. Therefore, Ling Piao's status in the elven race was also very high, equivalent to a princess. She wasn't afraid. She laughed out loud and said, Yue, if you want to protect him, you have to be rational. Fortunately, everyone here is on our side. Otherwise, we would have attracted a joke. All right, I think Piao's suggestion is not bad. Big brother, I also propose to give Mu Yun 1,000 elven wood cores and let him leave the elven race. As for the elven tree seeds that he obtained, let him take them away. There's no need to count them. What do you think? Huafeng spoke and looked at Ling Huashuo. Ling Huashuo hesitated for a moment. Are you sure you can let me take away the elven seed? Don't regret it. Lu Ming looked at Ling Huafeng with a faint smile. I never regret my words. Ling Huafeng said, No, I must count them. This time, it was Ling Yue's turn to be uneasy. She knew that not only did Lu Ming have a large number of advanced elven tree seeds, but he also had holy tree seeds. This was too important to the elven race, as it would affect their future. If Lu Ming really took away such a treasure, it wouldn't be good for Lu Ming either. This was because the elves would definitely do anything to take it from Lu Ming. At that time, it would be even more dangerous for Lu Ming. Therefore, whether it was for Lu Ming or for the elves, Ling Yue had to stop him. Father, you must count them. Believe me, I won't let you down. Ling Yue eagerly looked at Ling Huashua with a pleading expression. All right, let's count them. In the end, Ling Huashua nodded. Umph, you're really asking for humiliation. Ling Piao snorted coldly. Of course, she only snorted coldly in her heart. Since Ling Huashua had already spoken, she naturally didn't dare to say it in public. Mu Yun, let's count them. Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming again with an eager expression. Lu Ming nodded. Actually, he didn't really have the intention to take away the elven tree seed. Even if he took it away, it wouldn't be of much use. He didn't know the method to cultivate the elven tree. Moreover, he already had a holy tree seed, which was enough for him to use in the future. Even if he brought ordinary elven tree seeds with him, it would be useless. Of course, exchanging for the elvenwood heart would be more useful to him. Lu Ming stepped out and arrived in front of the elder of the treasure trove hall. In the hall, many of the elven geniuses looked at Lu Ming with schadenfreude, wanting to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself. Lu Ming was expressionless as he calmly took out a storage ring. Then, the storage ring lit up and a large pile of jade boxes flew out. There were about 200 of them. 200 jade boxes floated in the air. It was simply dazzling. Everyone was stunned. So many jade boxes. Could it be that each jade box contains an elven tree seed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This Mu Yun isn't even a divine emperor. How could he obtain so many elven tree seeds? He probably took them randomly. I bet that most of his jade boxes are empty. Sensationalism, what a joke. In the hall, waves of discussion sounded out. Ling Huafeng, Ling Piao, and the others sneered. Did he think that taking out a large pile of jade boxes would be useful to scare them? Did he think that they were scared? Ridiculous. Elder, let's begin. Lu Ming's expression remained calm as he said to the elder of the treasure trove hall. The elder of the treasure trove hall was also somewhat confused. More than 200 jade boxes really contained elven tree seeds. To be honest, he didn't believe it all. Previously, even the most powerful prodigy of the elf tribe didn't obtain so many elven tree seeds. Lu Ming was just a quasi-emperor. How could he obtain so many? However, he still had to do his job well. Immediately, he grabbed a jade box and began to count. He opened the lid of the jade box, and suddenly, a rich life essence filled the air. There really is one. It's a low-level elven tree seed. Many people's eyes flickered, and they were a little surprised. There really is one. The elder of the treasure trove hall was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that out of more than 200 jade boxes, one of them would really contain an elven tree seed. At this point, he still didn't believe that more than 200 jade boxes contained elven tree seeds. He just happened to be lucky and caught one. In fact, many people thought so, including Ling Piao and the others. You're just lucky. Sensationalism. You'll be exposed sooner or later. Let's see how you deal with this later. Ling Piao sneered in her heart, waiting to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself. At this moment, the elder of the treasure trove hall grabbed the second jade box and opened it. Immediately, another rich life essence filled the air. Another low-level elven tree seed. Many people were stunned. Luck, it must be luck. Many people told themselves. My luck is not bad. The elder of the treasure trove hall nodded in his heart. Then he grabbed a third jade box and opened it. It was another low-level elven tree seed. The third one. This time, many people were dumbfounded and didn't dare to judge. It's impossible. It must be luck. Ling Piao roared in her heart. Her expression slowly changed from one of schadenfreude to one of watching a good show to one of gloom. Chapter 39:28. The counting continued. The treasure vault elder picked up the fourth jade box. After opening it, it was still a low-level elven tree seed. Then it was the fifth, the sixth. Every jade box was not empty. They all contained a low-level elven tree seed. Gradually, the hall became completely silent. The expressions of Ling Piao and her sister became more and more gloomy and ugly. 1 or 2 could be said to be luck, but 5, 6, 7, there were even more. If every one of them contained an elven tree seed, then it was not luck. Moreover, looking at Lu Ming's calm expression, Could it be that every jade box contained an elven tree seed? More than 200 elven tree seeds? How is this possible? However, whether it was possible or not, they would know as they continued watching. 10, 20, 30, 50, 100, 150, soon a total of 208 jade boxes were all accounted for. Each jade box contained a low-level sprite seed, and none of them were empty. Ling Piao's face was incomparably gloomy and ugly. This was a blatant slap to her face. With 208 low-level elven tree seeds, just the reward alone would be 2,080 elven wood cores. And just now, she actually said that she would use 1,000 elven wood cores to send Lu Ming away. Wasn't that ridiculous? Not bad, not bad. The elders of the treasure vault nodded repeatedly. They were in charge of managing the treasure vault, so they naturally hoped that there would be more treasures in the treasure vault. The more there were, the happier they would be. Although they were all low-level elven tree seeds, it was still very good to have an increase of 208 elven tree seeds. These 2,080 elven wood cores are for you. The female elven elder from the treasure vault took out 2,080 elven wood cores and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put them away happily. The other elven prodigies were extremely envious. There were not many who could obtain more than 2,000 elven wood cores at the scene. Little guy, you can't have all low-level elven tree seeds, right? There should be some mid-level elven tree seeds, right? The elder of the treasure palace, who was in charge of checking, smiled at Lu Ming. The gazes of the others also converged on Lu Ming, revealing all kinds of complicated expressions. Yes, to be able to obtain 208 low-level elven tree seeds, how could there not be any mid-level elven tree seeds? At the very least, he would be able to obtain some intermediate sprite tree species. Of course, Lu Ming smiled. Then, with a thought, a large pile of jade boxes flew out from his storage ring. This time, the number of jade boxes was much less. There were only 66 of them. So many. 66. Could they all be mid-level sprite tree species? How is this possible? 66 intermediate elven tree seeds? Do you think intermediate elven tree seeds are cabbages? 66. I reckon that most of them are low-level elven tree species. He didn't take all of them just now. That's right, that's right. If there really are so many intermediate sprite tree seeds, I'll eat dirt in front of everyone. In fact, none of the elven lords present, including Ling Huashuo, Ling Huafeng, and the other elders believed it. 66 mid-grade sprite tree seeds? How is that possible? Previously, everyone's mid-level sprite tree seeds, added together, were not much more than this. Ling Piao and her sister stared fixedly at these jade boxes, praying in their hearts that there were not mid-level sprite tree seeds inside. Elder, let's begin, Lu Ming said to the elder. The elder's eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation. Although he didn't believe that there would be so many mid-level sprite tree seeds, he was still looking forward to it in his heart. His anticipation was real. He picked up a jade box and opened the lid. Immediately, an even richer life essence spread out. Mid-level sprite tree seed. Without needing to look, everyone knew that this was a mid-level sprite tree seed. It was really a mid-level sprite tree seed. Was it coincidence, or these 66 jade boxes were all mid-level sprite tree seeds? Many people couldn't help but stretch their necks and stare fixedly. In the main hall, there was no sound at all as they waited for the treasure vault elder to count. The treasure vault elder picked up the second jade box and opened it. It was still a mid-level sprite tree seed. Many people's breathing became heavy. Could it be that all 66 jade boxes contained mid-level sprite tree seeds? It couldn't be, right? The treasure vault elder continued to count, and his speed became faster and faster. 3, 4, 8, 10. After each jade box was opened, there were no exceptions. They were all mid-level sprite tree seeds. In the end, most people were flabbergasted and dumbfounded. As for Ling Piao and Ling Huafeng, their expressions were incomparably ugly. Only Ling Yue's expression remained calm. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that there were raging flames burning in the depths of Ling Yue's eyes. It was a look of anticipation. This is only the beginning. Just you wait and see. The shock is yet to come. Ling Piao, second uncle, royal father. Ling Yue roared in her heart. When she thought of the scene where Lu Ming took out the holy seed, she was so excited that her entire body trembled slightly. 66. All of them are mid-level sprite tree seeds. In the end, the treasure vault elder announced and let out a heavy breath. Heavens, they're really all mid-level sprite tree seeds. How'd he do it? He's only at the quasi-emperor stage, but he actually obtained so many mid-level sprite tree seeds. How is this possible? How is this possible? The scene was in an uproar. They couldn't understand how Lu Ming did it, especially the young man who said that the 66 J-boxes were all mid-level sprite tree seeds. At this moment, he didn't dare to speak. His body slowly shrank back, as if he was afraid of being discovered. Could it be that the sprite tree seeds also have a nest? Like some mushrooms, they would be born in a certain place in large quantities and then coincidentally be encountered by Mu Yin? Someone came up with a novel idea. Mushrooms were like this. They would grow in large quantities in one place, forming a nest. Could it be that the sprite tree seeds were the same? But he had never heard of it before. The others also looked at each other in dismay. Damn it, how is this possible? The ones who were the most unhappy were Ling Huafeng and his father, especially Ling Piao. Her face was as gloomy as ice. Good. The few elders of the treasure palace praised him. That's right. This time, Ling Huashua also nodded and revealed a smile on his face. His impression of Lu Ming had also changed. After all, the mid-level sprite tree seeds were already very useful to the sprite race. They could affect the overall strength of the sprite race. He was naturally happy. Mu Yun, this is your reward. Because there are too many of them, it's not easy to take them out. You can count them yourself. The female elf elder from the treasure vault took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. The eyes of the others immediately lit up. Chapter 39-29. Most of the elven prodigy's eyes were burning with passion. 66 mid-level elven tree species, and the reward was 6,600 elven wood hearts. This was a terrifying amount of wealth. The elven prodigies were burning with passion. As for Ling Piao and the others, they were even more envious and jealous. They were the ones who recommended Lu Ming to participate in the Holy Seed assessment. Without their recommendation, Lu Ming, an outsider, would not have had the chance to participate in the Holy Seed assessment. They had originally recommended Lu Ming to participate in the Holy Seed assessment with the intention of getting rid of Lu Ming in the ancestral land. However, they never expected that Lu Ming would have such a huge harvest. Now, even if Lu Ming did not complete their mission and left the elven tribe, his harvest was still astonishing. He had obtained a total of more than 8,000 elven wood hearts. Even they were jealous because they could not take out so many elven wood hearts. And these were all given to Lu Ming by them. Indirectly, it was equivalent to giving them to Lu Ming. They were feeling extremely displeased and uncomfortable. Lu Ming took the storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. There were indeed 6,600 elven wood hearts inside. Lu Ming happily put it away. Mu Yun, although your harvest is not small, your mission is to obtain 12 high-level elven tree species. If you do not complete the mission, please leave the elven tribe and have nothing to do with Yue in the future. At this moment, Ling Piao spoke. 12 high-level elven tree species. How can this be completed? It was the first time that many of the young elven prodigies knew about Lu Ming's mission, and they immediately discussed it. It was simply impossible to obtain 12 high-level elven tree species. One had to know that this time, all the elven prodigies added up only obtained 4. It was impossible for Lu Ming to obtain 12 elven tree species. It was absolutely impossible for high-level elven tree species to form a nest because every high-level elven tree species needed to absorb a huge amount of life essence. It was almost impossible for several high-level elven tree species to appear in the same place. Even if Lu Ming really found the nests of low-level and mid-level elven tree species, It was impossible for him to obtain high-level elven tree species. It was impossible for him to obtain 12 high-level elven tree species. Lu Ming looked at Ling Piao, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. Seeing Lu Ming sneer, for some reason, Ling Piao had a bad premonition in her heart. Could it be no impossible? Ling Piao shook her head. It was absolutely impossible to obtain 12 high-grade elven tree seeds. She absolutely did not believe it. Her heart slowly calmed down as she stared coldly at Lu Ming, waiting for the moment when Lu Ming would be chased out of the elf tribe. Little guy, do you have any more elven tree seeds? For example, high elf tree species? The elder in charge of the treasury hall looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Yes. Lu Ming nodded with a calm expression. There really is. The eyes of the elders of the treasure vault, Ling Huashuo, and the other high-ranking elves lit up. High-grade elven tree species were the foundation of the elven race. It was very useful. Even if there was only one, it would be a great harvest. Previously, the other elves had only obtained 4 in total. Therefore, even if Lu Ming only had one, it was already very good. There's really one. Ling Huafeng, Ling Piao, and the others narrowed their eyes. His mission is 12. Even if he can get 1 or 2, it's useless. At most, it'll give him a little more reward. Ling Piao and the others comforted themselves like this. Under everyone's attention and anticipation, Lu Ming took out a jade box. Moreover, there were 49 jade boxes. Looking at the 49 jade boxes floating in the air, everyone was stunned. What did this mean? When they asked him if he had any high-grade elven tree species, Lu Ming took out 49 jade boxes. Could it be that these 49 jade boxes were all high-grade elven tree species? Impossible, 1,000 and 10,000 impossible. At the scene, other than Ling Yue, no one believed it. This little guy, are these all high-grade elven tree species in your jade boxes? The elder from the Treasure Repository Palace asked in a probing manner. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. What? Everyone was dumbfounded, including Ling Huashuo, the overlord of the universe. Inside the jade boxes were all high-grade elven tree species. There were 49 of them. They felt that their minds were completely muddled, and their thoughts were in a mess. Mu Yun, how dare you? You're courting death. At this moment, an angry shout was heard. It was Ling Piao. Ling Piao glared at Lu Ming, killing intent constantly appearing in her eyes, flickering with a sinister light. Lu Ming calmly waited for Ling Piao's next words. He knew that Ling Piao definitely had something to say. Sure enough, Ling Piao shouted again. Our clan's elven emperor is here, and they're all the elders. But you, Mu Yun, are spouting nonsense and deceiving our clan's elven emperor. This is a capital crime. How did I deceive? Lu Ming said. You said that these 49 jade boxes of yours are all high-grade elven tree species, right? Ling Piao said. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. That's cheating because it's impossible for you to have 49 high-grade elven tree species. This is completely impossible. You're playing with our clan's elven emperor. Ling Piao shouted coldly. She didn't believe that Lu Ming could get 49 high-grade elven tree species. The people of the elven race all knew how rare high-grade elven tree species were. The elven race didn't get many over the years. This time, the entire elven race only got 4 of them. But Lu Ming got 49. How is that possible? After hearing Ling Piao's words, many people also thought that Lu Ming was really deceiving them and was playing with them. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He didn't want to slap others in the face, but they kept sending their faces to him. Take Ling Piao, for example. Originally, even if Lu Ming wanted to slap her face, it wouldn't be too loud. However, Ling Piao's words just now were sending her face to Lu Ming. In this way, it would be loud when he slapped her face later. Lu Ming naturally had to fulfill Ling Piao's wish. In that case, there's no need to count them one by one. Open your eyes and watch. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 49 jade boxes suspended in the air vibrated at the same time. Then, all 49 box lids flew up. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the 49 lids were opened, the life essence in the jade boxes rushed out like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, the hall was filled with extremely rich life essence. The rich life essence gathered together as if it had turned into a substance, making everyone feel as if they were bathed in water. At this moment, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their eyes were full of disbelief. There was no ordinary person at the scene. With a slight sweep of their spiritual consciousness, they knew what level of elven tree species were in the 49 jade boxes. High-grade elven tree species. All of them are high-grade elven tree species. Chapter 39:30. All of them were high-grade elf tree species. There was no doubt about it. 49 high-grade elf tree species were real. Ling, Wuxia, Ling Huafeng, and the higher-ups of the elf tribe, who had been sitting calmly in their seats, suddenly stood up from their seats. A powerful aura was emitted from their bodies. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the 49 jade boxes in the air. Even with their temperament, it was difficult for them to suppress the excitement in their hearts. No, this is impossible. Ling Piao stared at the jade boxes. Her body was trembling nonstop, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Shock, disbelief, these emotions filled everyone's heart. Elder, elder, Lu Ming called out a few times in a row. Only then did the elders of the Treasure Repository Palace come to their senses. Elder, help me check if there's any problem, Lu Ming said. Okay. The elder of the Treasure Repository Palace, who was in charge of checking, nodded repeatedly. Then, he looked at them one by one. The more he looked, the more excited he became. In the end, his hands were trembling. 49 high-grade elf tree species. There's no difference. All of them are of excellent quality. The elder of the Treasure Repository Palace said. Anyone could hear the slight tremor in his voice. Good, Ling Huashua said in a heavy tone. His eyes were shining. 49 high-grade elf tree species had a great impact on the elf tribe. One had to know that the elf tribe had been carefully cultivated for countless years. There were only slightly more than 100 mature high-grade elf tree species. 49 high-grade elf tree species. If half of them could be cultivated to maturity, it would be a big deal for the entire elf tribe. Excuse me, am I deceiving the elf king? At this time, Lu Ming looked at Ling Piao and asked indifferently. Ling Piao's face suddenly flushed red, as if she had been slapped a few hundred times. You haven't seen the results yet, and you're already jumping out to say that others are deceiving you. This is a stupid behavior. How can someone like you be called a genius? Huh? Lu Ming said indifferently, full of sarcasm. Shame. Fury. Ling Piao was so angry that her whole body trembled. She stared at Lu Ming as if she wanted to skin Lu Ming alive. What? What did you say? Ling Piao squeezed out a sentence from her throat. Lu Ming actually said that she was stupid. She almost exploded. She wanted to rush over and tear Lu Ming apart. Lu Ming sneered a few times and didn't look at Ling Piao again. He completely disdained to pay attention to her. I'm going to kill you. Ling Piao completely exploded. She screamed and was about to pounce on Lu Ming. Ling Huashua frowned. This Ling Piao was too much. Ling Huafeng saw Ling Huashua's dissatisfaction and shouted, Piao, enough. A powerful aura spread out and pressed down on Ling Piao, causing her to be unable to move. At the same time, a voice rang out beside Ling Piao's ears. It was like thunder, and it finally shook Ling Piao awake. Huff! Ling Piao let out a long breath, but her eyes were still staring coldly at Lu Ming. May I ask, Your Majesty, is this considered as completing the mission? Lu Ming asked. Of course you did well. Ling Huashua's face finally revealed a smile. He had obtained 49 high-grade elf tree seeds, which was far more than the 12 high-grade elf tree seeds. Of course, he had completed the mission. Moreover, he had completed it perfectly. Although he didn't know how Lu Ming did it, the facts proved that Lu Ming wasn't only talented, but also had great luck. It wasn't impossible for him to be his son-in-law. In fact, he was already very satisfied with Lu Ming. Elder, give out the reward. Ling Huashuo looked at the elder of the treasure repository palace. That, your majesty. The female elder of the treasure repository palace hesitated for a moment and said, we didn't bring enough elf tree hearts to pay for the reward. The few elders of the treasure repository palace also blushed. They didn't expect to obtain so many high-grade elf tree seeds this time, so they didn't bring that many elf tree hearts. After the previous reward, they didn't have enough elf tree hearts in their hands. 49 high-grade elf tree seeds. The reward was as high as 49,000 elf tree hearts. How much more do you need? I'll pay for it first. Ling Huashuo said, we still need 30,000 elf tree hearts. The female elder of the treasure repository palace said. Ling Huashuo nodded and then waved his hand. A large pile of elf tree hearts flew out and flew towards the female elder of the treasure repository palace. The female elder of the treasure repository palace kept the elf tree hearts in a storage ring and then handed it to Lu Ming. Mu Yun, this is your reward. You can count it. The female elder of the treasure repository palace said. Lu Ming took the storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. There were exactly 49,000 elf tree hearts inside. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles as he retracted it. Ling Piao and the others were so envious that their eyes were bloodshot, and their hearts were filled with regret. They were truly regretful. The reason why Lu Ming was able to obtain so many rewards was entirely because of their recommendation. Furthermore, Lu Ming had completed the mission they had set up. They no longer had any reason to stop Lu Ming and Ling Yue from being together. The other elf race geniuses present were all incomparably envious. 49,000 elf tree hearts. What kind of wealth was that? It was simply unimaginable. Not to mention the people of the younger generation. Even some of the elders were very envious. All right, this time's Holy Seed assessment can be considered to have ended successfully. All of you have worked hard. Go back and rest. Ling Huashuo said as he announced the end of the Holy Seed assessment. That, your majesty, I haven't finished counting my elf tree seeds. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and said. There was a sudden silence in the main hall. All eyes were on Lu Ming, full of surprise. Lu Ming still had elf tree seeds that he hadn't finished counting? What did he mean? He had already taken out so many elf tree seeds before, and there were still elf tree seeds that he hadn't taken out yet? Why didn't he take them out at once before? Mu Yun, are you playing with us? Why didn't you take them out at once when you were counting them before? What do you mean by taking them out now? Is it fun? Do you think everyone has the time to play with you here? Ling Piao shouted again. She really couldn't help it. Seeing Lu Ming's harvest being so great and slapping her in the face, her mentality was about to explode. Now that she saw that there was a loophole to take advantage of and a chance to suppress Lu Ming, she spoke without hesitation, as if it was an instinct. You're sending your face to be slapped again. You're really cooperative. Lu Ming sighed in his heart again. I didn't take it out before, because the elf tree seeds I counted before were all of a lower level, so it wasn't easy to mix them together. Can't you figure out such a simple logic? Lu Ming looked at Ling Piao in disdain. Chapter 39-31. Lower level? You took out a high-level elven tree seed earlier. Its level is still relatively low. Therefore, Ling Piao shouted again. Lower level? You said that the high-level elven tree seed from before was still relatively low level. Could it be that you obtained a holy tree seed? Hee hee, what a joke. Ling Piao's ridicule caused everyone's hearts to tremble violently. Holy tree seed? If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not believe it. However, Lu Ming had taken out 49 high-level elven tree seeds previously. This in itself was an inconceivable matter. If it was said that Lu Ming had obtained a holy tree seed, it was not impossible. Ling Piao also thought of this point and immediately shut her mouth. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at Lu Ming. She prayed crazily in her heart. This was fake. This couldn't be true. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Lu Ming looked at Ling Piao very seriously and pretended to be surprised. This time, you're not so stupid. Such a difficult question has been guessed. There's a reward, a reward. I'll reward you with one. No, half a elven heart. Do you want it? It really was? Everyone's hearts began to thump like drums. Even a universe overlord like Ling Huashua was no exception. His breathing became heavy. Mu Yunyu, is what you said true? Did you really get the holy tree seed? Ling Huashua asked with a trembling voice. This was inconceivable for someone of his status. With his cultivation and status, there was nothing that could make him so excited. However, the holy tree seed was one of them. Father, it's absolutely true. Mu Yun has indeed obtained the holy tree seed. Ling Yue said. Rumble. Everyone's hearts beat even more violently as they looked at Lu Ming eagerly. It was one thing to say it, but without seeing it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe. How many years had it been since the elves had obtained a holy tree seed? In any case, they couldn't count it. No, it can't be, it can't be. Ling Piao's lips trembled as she prayed crazily in her heart. All of this wasn't true, it was fake. Her eyes were red as she stared at Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming would say that everything before was a joke. Unfortunately, it was destined that things would not go as he wished. A jade box appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This jade box was covered by a battle talisman, and there was a layer of light that enveloped the jade box. Senior Elf Emperor, how about I let you open this jade box? Lu Ming said to the Elven Emperor. All right. Ling Huashua quickly nodded. Whoosh. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the jade box flew toward the Elf Emperor. At this moment, Ling Piao really wanted to rush out and intercept the jade box. She wanted to put away the jade box and prevent the contents of the jade box from being revealed. However, she was only thinking about it. She did not dare to do so. If she really did that, even if she had a noble status, she would still die. The seed of the holy tree was more important to the elf tribe than anything else. It was even more important than the elf emperor. Ling Huashua held the jade box in his hand. Then, he took a deep breath, and a wave of power spread out to break the talisman array on the jade box. Even with Ling Huashua's temperament, he couldn't help but feel nervous when the door was about to open. The eyes of the other elves were also fixed on the jade box. Of course, most of them were looking forward to it. They were looking forward to the seed of the holy tree. Only Ling Huafeng and Ling Piao were exceptions. They were looking forward to it being fake, empty, or just an ordinary elven tree seed. Crack! Finally, Ling Huashua opened the lid of the jade box. Everyone's hearts beat violently a few times with the sound of the lid opening. Boom! In the next moment, a life essence that was thousands of times more violent than a volcanic eruption surged out of the jade box. Then a ray of light rushed out of the jade box. This ray of light was the holy tree seed. As soon as it rushed out, it wanted to fly away. However, how could it fly away in Ling Huashua's hands? With a thought from Ling Huashua, an invisible force locked onto the surroundings. No matter how hard the seed of the holy tree tried, it couldn't fly away. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the seed of the holy tree, including Ling Yue. Although Ling Yue knew that Lu Ming had obtained the seed of the holy tree, she had never seen it before. Now that she had seen it for the first time, she was naturally very surprised. It has spirituality, and its life essence is soaring. It's the seed of the holy tree. It's really the seed of the holy tree. Ling Huashua muttered to himself, but his voice was trembling. It was obvious that he was extremely excited. In the next moment, the entire hall was in an uproar. Heavens, it's really the seed of the holy tree. It's really the seed of the holy tree. The ancestors have blessed us. After so many years, our elf clan has finally welcomed a new seed of the holy tree. Soon, the new holy tree will take root and sprout on our mother planet. Our elf clan is finally going to usher in glory again. Some of the elders of the elf clan were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. They were so excited that tears flowed down their faces. The seed of the holy tree was too important to the elf clan. It could determine the rise and fall of the elf clan. At this moment, Ling Piao and the others were completely stunned. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness, anger, and jealousy. Ha ha! Ling Huasha laughed out loud in high spirits. Good, good, good. Mu Yin, you've done a great service this time. Ling Huashua laughed. Now, no matter how he looked at it, Lu Ming was pleasing to the eye. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Lu Ming was destined to be his son-in-law. Mu Yin was just lucky, Lu Ming said humbly. Seed of the Holy Mother Tree. Yes, the seed of the Holy Mother Tree. Where is the seed of the Holy Mother Tree? Bring me there quickly. At this moment, Ling Piao cried out again. The flames of greed in her eyes were about to turn into something substantial. The other sky prides of the elf clan were shocked. Yes, the seed of the Holy Mother Tree. The seed of the Holy Mother Tree that nurtured the seed of the Holy Tree was a great opportunity for the elf clan. It was especially great for the sky prides of the elf clan. Once they obtained it, they would be reborn and their talents would soar. It was no wonder that Ling Piao was so excited. If she could integrate the opportunity of the seed of the Holy Mother Tree, her talents would definitely rise to the top of the elf clan. Bring you there? You're thinking too much. Lu Ming looked at Ling Piao and said disdainfully, I have already obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree. Immediately after, Ling Yue spoke up. The other elf clan geniuses all sighed. As for Ling Piao, her gaze was filled with raging flames of jealousy as she looked at Ling Yue. Damn it, why? Why is it that she fused with the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree? Why isn't it me? Ling Piao roared in her heart, wishing that she could cut Lu Ming and Ling Yue into 1,000 pieces. She was filled with jealousy towards Ling Yue. From the moment she was born, Ling Yue was the orthodox princess, but she wasn't. In terms of talent, she couldn't compare to Ling Yue. And now, this supreme opportunity had been obtained by Ling Yue, making her even more jealous. Chapter 39-32. Ling Piao's eyes were filled with crazy jealousy. Damn Mu Yin! Damned! Ling Piao kept roaring in her heart. At this moment, she hated Lu Ming to the bones. At the same time, he was also incomparably regretful. It could be said that all of this was because she had helped Lu Ming and Ling Yue. If it wasn't for them recommending Lu Ming to participate in the Holy Seed examination, how could Lu Ming have obtained the Holy Tree Seed? How could Ling Yue have obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree? If she hadn't forcefully restrained herself, she would have already spat out a mouthful of blood from anger. On the side, Ling Huafeng's expression was also very gloomy. However, he was more scheming and didn't show it. Yue, did you really obtain the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree? Ling Huashua was extremely excited. Yes, Royal Father. Ling Yue nodded affirmatively, and then her body emitted an aura. The moment this aura appeared, the expressions of many people present changed greatly. This was because this aura brought about a powerful pressure to them. It was as if a low-level race was facing a high-level race. Even Ling Huashua, Ling Huafeng, and the elders of the elf clan felt a powerful pressure. This kind of pressure had nothing to do with cultivation. It was only the pressure of the source of life. What a powerful pressure! What a strong elf bloodline. This old man has never seen such a dense elf bloodline in his life. An elder of the elf clan sighed. Indeed, the pressure of the elf bloodline that Ling Yue was emitting had exceeded their understanding. The other geniuses of the elf clan were all envious. Ling Yue's talent was already very high. In the elf clan, she was definitely one of the best. Now that she had obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree, who knew how high her talent was now? One thing was certain, and that was that no one in the elf clan could compare to Ling Yue. Ling Piao was so jealous that she wanted to go crazy. The flames of jealousy seemed to want to burn her entire body. Good, good, good. Ling Huashua kept saying good because he was too excited. After a long while, Ling Huashua finally calmed down. Mu Yin, this time, you have done a great service to our elf clan. Speak, what reward do you want? Ling Huashua said. Reward? Lu Ming's mind began to race. Elven tree heart? Of course, the more the better. Ordinary secret techniques? 3,000 ancient secret techniques. He wanted it very much, but then he shook his head and his heart. Why would ordinary cultivators need so many ordinary secret techniques? It seemed abnormal. Most people wouldn't think much of it. They wouldn't think of the forbidden body. However, the people present were all top bosses of the elf race. They were all knowledgeable, especially Ling Huaxia. He probably knew about the taboo physique. If he asked for a lot of ordinary secret techniques, it was hard to guarantee that these people wouldn't associate it with the taboo physique. That would be troublesome. Other than the elvenwood heart and the secret technique, what else did he need? How about this? I'll tell you a few. What do you think? When he saw Lu Ming hesitating, Ling Huaxia said, "First, I'll give you 100,000 elven tree hearts. However, I'm afraid there aren't that many left in the treasury vault. I'll give you more in the future. How about it?" Of course, Lu Ming's heart was also beating wildly. What kind of concept was 100,000 elvenwood cores? The others were all envious and jealous. However, compared to the holy tree seed, 100,000 elvenwood cores were really nothing. Second, this holy tree token is for you. As soon as Ling Huaxia's voice fell, a token appeared in his hand. The token flew to Lu Ming and was caught by Lu Ming. The token seemed to be carved out of kind of wood. There was a big tree carved on it. It was the elf race's holy tree. Lu Ming revealed a puzzled look. He didn't know what this token was used for. With this token, you can enter and leave all the elf race's cultivation sacred grounds freely. You can cultivate for free. Ling Huaxia explained. Lu Ming was moved. He could cultivate in all the elf race's cultivation sacred grounds. The elf race was a top race in the universe. Their cultivation sacred grounds were definitely extraordinary. This was also a huge temptation. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him. "Third, I'll agree to one condition. As long as it's not too much, I'll help you fulfill it." "How about it?" Ling Huaxia continued. Everyone revealed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. This third condition was 1,000 times more precious than the previous two. Who was Ling Huaxia? He was the emperor of the elf race, an overlord of the universe. His condition was simply too precious. Lu Ming was also ecstatic. He cupped his fists again and said, "Thank you, Senior." "Muyan, even now, you're still calling me Senior?" Ling Huaxia smiled. "What?" Lu Ming was stunned. What did this mean? But when he saw Ling Yue's flushed face, he immediately understood. Then, Lu Ming was a little confused. This, Lu Ming stammered. For a moment, he did not know how to respond. Young people are still shy. You and Yue are already engaged. You're not young anymore. I've decided to choose a day to marry you. Ling Huaxia said. Lu Ming had completely proven himself by obtaining the Holy Tree Seed. Moreover, the Holy Tree Seed was too useful to the elf race, much more useful than the angel race's full help. Moreover, even if they were to marry into the angel race would at most give the elf race a little help. It was impossible for them to help too much. How could it be better than obtaining the Holy Tree Seed? Therefore, Ling Huaxia immediately decided to marry Ling Yue and Lu Ming, so as to cut off the idea of the angel race. The other youths of the elf race were envious and jealous, but most of them sighed. Lu Ming had made such a great contribution, and he was also engaged to Ling Yue. They simply couldn't compete with Lu Ming. Senior, wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Ming finally reacted and hurriedly shouted. What do you want to say? Ling Huaxia looked at Lu Ming. He was somewhat dissatisfied that Lu Ming still called him Senior. Right now, I can't marry Princess Yue, Lu Ming said. What? The elves looked at Lu Ming as if he was a fool. Lu Ming actually refused to marry Ling Yue? If this wasn't a fool, then what was? Ling Yue's beauty was, needless to say, there was no second in the elf race. Ling Yue's talent, after obtaining the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree, had reached an unimaginable level. Lu Ming actually rejected such a proud daughter of heaven. As long as he took Ling Yue, Lu Ming would immediately be able to rise to the top and become the prince consort of the elf race. Lu Ming actually refused. Many people couldn't figure out, and neither could Ling Huashua. Why? Ling Huashua asked without frowning. Senior, because this junior cultivates a special cultivation technique, I must maintain my virgin body in order to maintain my peak condition. Once I lose my virginity, my talent will greatly decrease, and it will be very detrimental to my future cultivation. Lu Ming began to spout nonsense. Chapter 39-33. Lu Ming's words caused the elves present to look at each other in dismay. They couldn't tell if what Lu Ming said was true or false. In the universe, there were countless mysterious cultivation techniques and divine arts. Some of them did have all sorts of strange requirements. They had heard of many of these kinds of things that required one to maintain a virgin body. Ling Huashua frowned. He wasn't that easy to fool. He expressed his doubts in his heart, but he said, "Then what realm do you need to cultivate to before you can get married?" "This, I have to be at least above the divine emperor realm." Lu Ming said, "All right, then we'll wait until you reach the divine emperor realm before we get married." Ling Huashua said. He could tell that Lu Ming didn't seem to want to get married right now, so he didn't investigate whether what Lu Ming said was true or false. Many of the elven geniuses secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Ling Yue hadn't married Lu Ming, they still had a chance. As for Ling Yue, she glanced at Lu Ming with hidden bitterness. Lu Ming pretended not to see it. This time, obtaining the seed of the holy tree is a huge matter. A year later, it will be the time for the ancestral worship ceremony. By then, most of the elves will return. I plan to hold a sacred worship ceremony, then to celebrate the elves obtaining the seed of the holy tree. At the same time, I want to introduce to the elves that Mu Yun is the benefactor who helped the elves obtain the seed of the holy tree. As for the details, we can start preparing when we return. Ling Huashua announced. Yes. Everyone nodded and dispersed one by one. Not long after, Lu Ming also took his leave. It seemed that he would have to stay in the elf clan for another year. However, a year's time passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming didn't mind. It just so happened that he could cultivate in the holy land of the elves. Do you elves have any high-intensity cultivation holy lands? The kind where you can fight fiercely and force yourself into a desperate situation? After leaving the hall, Lu Ming asked Ling Yue. Now that he had sufficient resources, it was time to attack the divine emperor realm. If he wanted to break through quickly, he had to force himself to continuously stimulate the potential in his body. This kind of battle required a life and death battle. However, without going out to adventure and train, how could there be so many life and death battles? They could only find more dangerous places to cultivate. Of course, there are such places for cultivation. My elf tribe has a death canyon. There are many terrifying dead spirits in there. Elves often go there to train, but it's very dangerous. Many of my elf tribe's geniuses have fallen there. Do you really want to go there? Ling Yue said. Of course, the more dangerous, the better. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right, then I'll take you there, Ling Yue said. The entrance to the Death Canyon was in the Elven Palace. Soon they arrived. Ling Yue did not go in to cultivate. She had just fused with the essence of the sacred seed mother tree and needed to meditate in seclusion. During this period of time, her cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming entered the canyon alone. Lu Ming had the holy tree token, so he was naturally unimpeded. The moment Lu Ming stepped into Death Canyon, he felt a chilling aura. However, Lu Ming circulated his taboo power and easily blocked the invasion of the chilling aura. Lu Ming looked around. Although it was called a canyon, it was actually very vast. It was difficult to see the end of it at a glance. Roar! A tyrannical roar rang out. Following that, a tall figure pounced towards Lu Ming, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind. A zombie! Lu Ming's gaze moved. The one pouncing towards him was a zombie. Its face was ferocious, and its cultivation was roughly at the Quasi-Emperor stage. The Quasi-Emperor stage was simply too weak. Lu Ming casually waved his palm and directly shattered the zombie into pieces. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to go deeper into the Death Canyon. Then, zombies continuously appeared and attacked Lu Ming. However, these zombies were too weak and did not have much of a tempering effect on Lu Ming. Lu Ming easily killed his way out and continued to go deeper into the Death Canyon. Not long after, Lu Ming's path was blocked by a light screen. Lu Ming knew that after stepping through this light screen, he would reach the second level. That kind of light screen could separate the zombies. The strong cultivators of the elf clan had set up that kind of light screen on purpose. Their goal was to separate the zombies of different cultivation levels so that the young geniuses of the elf clan could practice. Lu Ming stepped out, passed through the light curtain, and entered the next level. There were still many zombies on the next level, but they were much stronger than before. All of them had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. However, Lu Ming wasn't interested. After a short time, he saw another light screen. After passing through that light screen, he went to the next level. On this level, the zombies had the strength of the second godly emperor layer. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to the next level. After passing through a few levels, Lu Ming finally felt the pressure. Because the zombies on this level were all at the fourth godly emperor layer. Ordinary cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer were extremely strong. These zombies were like godly weapons that didn't fear death. They were much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. And there were many of them. Roar, 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 a large group of zombies of the fourth godly emperor layer threw themselves at Lu Ming. Their terrifying chi made Lu Ming tremble. Come, come, die, shouted Lu Ming furiously. His battle formula had increased his fighting strength by 6 times. At the same time, he also used all sorts of ordinary secret skills and 2 of the 3,000 ancient secret skills. Apart from a few deadly weapons, Lu Ming also used his full strength. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 sides collided and started fighting intensely. Lu Ming knocked away a few zombies, but he was also hit by a few zombies. His body shook violently, and he was pushed back. Roar, roar, roar. A few zombies immediately threw themselves at Lu Ming. Their sharp claws were like heavenly blades. They slashed at Lu Ming. How strong! Lu Ming's fighting spirit was high. He continued to attack the few zombies. The 2 sides started fighting intensely. After all, Lu Ming was only a quasi-emperor. There was a huge gap between him and a cultivator of the fourth godly emperor layer. Lu Ming could deal with an ordinary cultivator of the fourth godly emperor layer, but against so many zombies of the fourth godly emperor layer who didn't fear death, it was very difficult. Not only was it difficult, but it was also very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, the zombies could tear him to pieces. But Lu Ming wanted that kind of danger, that kind of pressure. In the intense battle, Lu Ming consecutively sent a few zombies flying. Numerous wounds appeared on the bodies of the zombies, and they almost shattered. But Lu Ming was in an even worse situation. He was blown away. 6 hideous wounds appeared on his body. He had almost been torn apart. The potential in each of his cells was constantly being stimulated, repairing his wounds. His wounds were recovering rapidly. But at that moment, 3 more zombies threw themselves at Lu Ming and tried to grab his head. Chapter 39-34. Lu Ming's body was almost torn apart. At that moment, 3 more zombies threw themselves at Lu Ming. They wanted to tear Lu Ming to pieces. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was in danger. However, in the face of such a crisis and pressure, Lu Ming was even more excited. He could feel that his cells were trembling and the energy in his cells was gushing out continuously. Die! Lu Ming let out a long roar. He was fearless. His entire body glowed. Hundreds of ordinary secret skills and 2 ancient secret skills were fully unleashed as he fought with the zombie. After a few fights, Lu Ming's injuries became even more serious. His clothes were torn and tattered. Once his body was cut in 2 and barely connected. It's about time, thought Lu Ming. This wave of zombies was already strong enough. If he continued fighting, It would only bring more harm than good. Swish! Lu Ming quickly retreated. The zombies chased after him. However, Lu Ming quickly retreated to a layer of light. His silhouette flickered, and he moved back to the first layer. The zombies of the fourth Godly Emperor layer were all blocked by the layer of light. The zombies in front of him were at the third layer of the Godly Emperor realm. When they saw Lu Ming, they charged at him. However, the third layer of the Godly Emperor realm was much weaker than the fourth layer of the Godly Emperor realm. Lu Ming could deal with him easily. He retreated as he fought. In the end, he retreated to the outskirts of the Death Valley and sat down cross-legged to recover. His cells were filled with energy. Lu Ming's injuries were healing at an incredible speed. In just 10 minutes, his injuries were healed, and he was in peak condition. I'm one step closer to the Godly Emperor layer, but I've also used up most of my potential. I need to continue absorbing the spiritual wood heart. Lu Ming took out the spiritual wood heart and started absorbing it. When his cells were full, Lu Ming went back to Death Valley and fought against the zombies of the fourth Godly Emperor layer. Just like that, Lu Ming started practicing cultivation in Death Valley. He wanted to break through to the fourth Godly Emperor layer as quickly as possible. In Ling Huafeng's mansion, Ling Piao's furious shriek rang out. In a large hall, Ling Huafeng, his daughter, and his son were gathered together. However, their expressions were extremely ugly. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Mu Yun, damn it, Ling Yue. Ling Piao's face was incomparably sinister, like a crazy shrew. She wanted nothing more than to rush in front of Mu Yun and Ling Yue and tear them apart. She hated it. This time, not only had she been slapped in the face in front of so many elites and geniuses of the elf tribe, but she had also been slapped in the face because of jealousy. Jealous of Lu Ming's gains. Jealous of Ling Yue's opportunities. Although her cultivation was higher than Ling Yue's, that was because she was much older than Ling Yue. However, with Ling Yue's current talent, she would soon catch up to her and ruthlessly trample on her. She would never have the strength to turn around. And the root cause of all this was herself. She was the one who recommended Lu Ming to participate in the Holy Seed examination. This was equivalent to her personally delivering so many opportunities to Lu Ming and Ling Yue. When she thought of this, her regret, her anger was about to explode. Most importantly, this way, it would be equivalent to pushing Lu Ming and Ling Yue together. If that was the case, wouldn't Ling Yue be unable to marry that peerless genius of the Angel Clan? If she wanted to borrow the power of the Angel Clan, wouldn't her dream of rising to the top be completely ruined? No, absolutely not. She would not allow such a thing to happen. Father, are we just going to watch Ling Yue and Mu Yun be together? If that's the case, not only will we not be able to befriend the experts of the Angel Clan, we will also become enemies and offend them. Ling Piao looked at Ling Huafeng and said. At this time, she was already in a mess and could only rely on Ling Huafeng. There's no rush. How could it be that easy for Mu Yun to walk together with Ling Yue? Ling Huafeng sneered. Father, what do you plan to do? Ling Piao's eyes lit up. Very simple, borrow a knife to kill someone. Ling Huafeng had a scheming expression as he said, send a message to Gabbert, saying that Ling Yue and Mu Yun will be married at the Elven Sacred Worship ceremony in a year's time. Hearing this, Ling Piao immediately revealed a smile. Wonderful, when Gabbert hears this news, he will definitely not let Mu Yun off. At that time, Mu Yun will be dead for sure. The more Ling Piao spoke, the more excited she became, as if she could already see the scene of Lu Ming being killed. Gabbert was the genius of the Angel Clan who was about to marry Ling Yue. He was a terrifying genius whose name shook the great desolate universe and was unimaginably powerful. This was because this person was in existence on the universe's genius list. This person's talent and identity were completely worthy of Ling Yue. However, this person was a famous playboy, and there were at least 8,000 women who had harmed him. Ling Yue was proud and arrogant, so how could she marry this person? As long as he passed the news to Gabbert, Lu Ming would be dead for sure. Father, I'll do it right away. Ling Piao said, reinvigorated. Time flew by. 1 month, 3 months, half a year. Soon a year had passed. Outside the Death Canyon, Lu Ming sat cross-legged inside. I still haven't broken through. It seems that I still need an opportunity to break through to the divine emperor realm. Lu Ming pondered. After a year of life and death battles, he had constantly stimulated his potential. His cultivation had improved a lot. Now, his cultivation was infinitely close to the divine emperor realm. He felt that he was just a little bit away from reaching it. If an ordinary person wanted to complete this accumulation, it would take hundreds of millions of years. As for him, he had completed this accumulation in just a short year. Of course, the consumption was also extremely shocking. In this year, Lu Ming had refined a total of 1,200 elven wood cores. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to afford it. However, Lu Ming was rich now. He had 50,000 to 60,000 elven wood cores, and the elven tribe would give him another 100,000 elven wood cores. He could still afford to consume 1,200 elven wood cores. It seems that the opportunity to break through can't be obtained by fighting in the Death Canyon. Lu Ming thought, because in the Death Canyon, Lu Ming would not really face a life and death crisis. Although it seemed dangerous, it was actually all under his control. For example, he still had the Zephyr Bead and the mysterious Ice Rod, which he hadn't used yet. With this kind of confidence, he wouldn't be in a life-or-death situation. Therefore, it would be difficult for him to break through the divine emperor realm. There's still half a month before the Elven tribe's sacred worshipping ceremony. After the sacred worshipping ceremony, I'll leave the Elven tribe and find an opportunity to break through to the divine emperor realm. Lu Ming planned in his heart. Then, Lu Ming got up and left the Death Canyon. However, as soon as he left the Death Canyon, Lu Ming's eyes moved, because he sensed that someone had sent him a message from the illusory heavenly jade. Chapter 39-35. Lu Ming's mind sank into the dreamy divine jade. He immediately saw who had sent him the message. It was the sect leader of the Fengdu Sword Sect, Sect Leader Wang. Seeing the news that Sect Leader Wang had sent him, Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. The Heavenly Palace is finally going to recruit heavenly soldiers. A voice filled with anticipation came out of Lu Ming's mouth. The news that Sect Leader Wang had sent him was that the Heavenly Palace was about to start recruiting heavenly soldiers. The 4 Heavenly Palace had already sent out news to the desolate universe that they would begin recruiting heavenly soldiers a year later, on the day of Extreme. Why was it the 4 Heavenly Palace and not the 5 Heavenly Palace? It was because the 5th Heavenly Palace had never recruited heavenly soldiers from the outside, so it was naturally not within its scope. A year later, it's still not too late. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The news was sent more than 2 months ago. According to the time, there was still about 10 months left. It wouldn't be too late to rush back to the Fengdu Sword Sect after participating in the Elven Sacred Worship ceremony. Lu Ming returned to the elves' residence. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The location of the Elven Sacred Worship ceremony was still on the stump of the holy tree. On this day, there was a sea of people on the stump of the holy tree. Countless elves had gathered there. The sacred worship ceremony was a major event for the elves. Most of the elves who were qualified to participate would participate. Unless they had an important mission or were at the critical moment of a breakthrough, they would not participate. I heard that His Majesty has something important to announce during this sacred worship ceremony. Yes, I heard about it too, but I've asked around, but I haven't heard anything about it. In short, I know that this matter seems to be extremely important to us elves. Many experts who are on missions outside have been summoned back. We don't have to think too much about it. We'll know soon anyway. At the scene, many people were discussing. His Majesty has arrived. A loud shout spread throughout the entire world. Everyone's eyes looked in one direction. In that direction, a group of people stepped on the air. They were the elf Emperor Ling Huashaw, Ling Yuwei, Ling Huafeng, and the others. Lu Ming also followed beside Ling Yuwei. Greetings, Your Majesty. All of the elves bowed to Ling Huashaw. Ling Huashua nodded and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to rise. Everyone stood up, and many people's gazes fell on Lu Ming. Who is that? You're not an elf, but you can stand beside His Majesty and the princess? Someone asked in surprise. Not everyone paid attention to the illusory heavenly jade and knew the name Mu Yun. Many people did not pay attention to outside matters and had never heard of Lu Ming's name. That's Mu Yun, the princess's fiancé. You don't know him? What? The princess's fiancé? Many people were shocked and looked at Lu Ming with even more curiosity. It was as if they wanted to see through Lu Ming and see what kind of person was worthy of one of the 20 pearls of the universe, Ling Yue. Of course, most of them were skeptical, especially after knowing that Lu Ming came from an ordinary universe-level power in the Iron Sea star field. They were even more skeptical and felt that Lu Ming was not worthy of Ling Yue at all. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lu Ming's expression did not change. He stood there calmly, as if he had nothing to do with it. He really wanted to stay out of it. He was looking forward to ending the sacred worship ceremony as soon as possible and returning to the Fengdu sword sect to prepare for the recruitment of heavenly soldiers for the heavenly palace. I believe you are all very curious as to why this is called the sacred worship ceremony, right? Ling Huashua said. Many people revealed curious expressions. In the past, it should have been called the ancestral worship ceremony. Only when the holy tree was still around would it be called the sacred worship ceremony. However, the elven sacred tree had long been cut off and destroyed. Why was it called the sacred worship ceremony this time? Many of the elves were puzzled. That's because my clan has obtained another seed of the holy tree. Ling Huashua's impassioned voice spread in all directions. The scene suddenly fell into silence. At the scene, there were at least 1 million elves. They were all middle and upper echelons of the elves. At this moment, all of them had their eyes wide open as they stared at Ling Huashua, unable to utter a single word. Slowly, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard from the scene. Then, like a volcano erupting, all of his emotions exploded out at once. Holy tree seed. Oh my God, did I hear wrongly? My clan actually obtained another holy tree seed? Is there something wrong with my ears? I just heard His Majesty say that he obtained the holy tree seed. I heard it too. Oh my God, is that true? The scene was in an uproar. All of the elves roared in disbelief. You didn't hear wrongly. My clan has obtained the holy tree seed. Ling Huashua added. This time, almost all of the elves were excited. Some of them even jumped up. The elves actually obtained the holy tree seed again. This was a joyous occasion. With the holy tree seed, it meant that the elves were about to rise again. In the future, it would not be impossible for them to return to their previous peak. This was beneficial to all of the elves. Of course, the word almost was used because there were still people who were unhappy. Naturally, it was Ling Piao and a few others. The holy tree Zongzi is really the holy tree seed. How did my clan obtain the holy tree seed? It has been many years since the holy tree seed appeared in my clan. This time, we actually obtained the holy tree seed. Who exactly obtained it? He is the hero of our clan. Many of them shouted excitedly. Quiet down. Ling Huashua waved his hand, and the scene immediately quieted down. When the holy worshipping ceremony is held this time, we will also announce the person who obtained the holy tree seed. Ling Huashua said. Many of them were looking forward to it. A year ago, my clan conducted the holy seed assessment. I believe everyone knows about it. Ling Huashua said. Holy seed assessment? Could it be that the holy tree seed was obtained during the holy seed assessment? However, no one from my clan has entered the 8th level of the ancestral land for countless years. How could they have obtained the holy tree seed? Could it be that a peerless prodigy has been born in my clan this time and has entered the 8th level, or even higher? Based on what His Majesty said, it must be related to the holy seed assessment this time. That must be it. Ling Huashua's words caused many people to discuss and speculate. You guessed it right. The seed of the holy tree was brought out from the ancestral land during the holy seed assessment. Ling Huashua said and confirmed everyone's guess. It was really obtained during the Holy Seed assessment. Which prodigy is it? Who is it? Is it Hua Wuji or Ling Tianfei? Or Princess? Everyone kept guessing who had obtained the Holy Tree Seed. They guessed the strongest prodigies of the elves, but felt that it was unlikely. Could those prodigies really do it? From the beginning to the end, no one thought of Lu Ming. An outsider could obtain the Holy Tree Seed? They did not believe it at all. Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 39-36. Many elves were guessing, but none of them could guess the reason. In the end, they cast their gazes on Ling Huashua, hoping to get an answer from him. Ling Huashua nodded and was about to say Lu Ming's name. At this moment, a few streaks of light flew over and landed in front of Ling Huashua. "Your Majesty, the people from the angel race are here," one of the burly men reported. "People from the angel race? Why are they here at this time?" Ling Huashua frowned. As for Ling Yue, her expression turned ugly. Ever since she said that she wanted to marry the angel race, Ling Yue had been very sensitive to the angel race. Behind him, Ling Piao and the rest curled their lips into a smile. There was a cold glint in their eyes when they glanced at Lu Ming. "Who is the angel race? Is Gabbert here?" Ling Huashua asked. If Gabbert came personally, things would be troublesome. "No, 2 old men from the angel race have come. Their cultivations are unfathomable. In addition, 2 young men have come. They are Gabbert's followers. Gabbert did not come personally," the burly man from the elf race reported. Ling Huashua frowned. After all, the angel race was one of the top 10 races. Moreover, they had the heavenly palace backing them. They were no small matter. No matter who came, they could not be underestimated. "Invite them in," Ling Huashua instructed. At the scene, many elves were sighing, their hearts itching unbearably. Originally, they were still looking forward to knowing who had obtained the seed of the holy tree. But now, they didn't know for the time being. They could only suppress the curiosity in their hearts and wait. "Yes, sir." A few burly men flashed and left the place. Not long after, a few figures stepped on the air and arrived. From afar, one could see the pure, white holy light illuminating the sky. It was the holy light of the angel race. There were a total of 4 angels. There were 2 old angels and 2 young angels. They were all covered in pure, white holy light. Their eyes were cold and arrogant. They looked down at all the elves with condescending eyes. "Greetings, Elf Emperor." One of the old angels casually cupped his fists towards Ling Huashua. As for the other 3, they didn't move at all. It was as if it was enough to have a representative. "I wonder why the friends of the angel race have suddenly come to my elf race," Ling Huashua said. "It's very simple. Bring the elf princess Ling Yue back to my angel race's genius, Gabbert," the elder from the angel race said. His face was like a horse's face, and his eyes were cold. He looked a little unreasonable. His tone was as if he was giving an order. It was as if he said that, others would do. Ling Huashua's expression darkened. Many of the elves of the elf races them. If they wanted to form a marriage alliance with the elf tribe and marry the elf princess, they should at least make it a little more grand. Did they just send a few people over, gave a command, and then want to take the elf princess away? This was an insult to my daughter, Yue. Doesn't seem to be engaged to Gilbert. How could they be married? Lin of Elf Emperor, what do you mean by this? The old angel looked at Ling Huashua. His face darkened as he continued. You sent someone to talk to young Master Gabbert. Do you want to go back on your word now? Are you playing with young Master Gabbert? Are you playing with my angel race? Ling Huashua's expression was somewhat ugly. He didn't know how to answer. Previously, he had indeed sent someone to communicate with Gabbert when he wanted to form a marriage alliance with the angel race. However, it was only a short communication and hadn't been officially decided yet. However, the other party said that he was playing with the angel race. This was not a small matter. Even if he was the Elf Emperor, he couldn't afford to bear it. Seeing that Ling Huashua didn't say anything, the old angel snorted coldly and continued. Other than this, we have another reason for coming here. That is to kill someone here. As soon as these words were spoken, The elves' expressions became even uglier. Not only did the angel race want to take away the elf princess in a commanding tone, but they also wanted to kill someone here. This was simply outrageous. Did they really think that the elf race was just for decoration? Who do you want to kill? Ling Huashua asked in a deep voice. Who is Mu Yun? The old angel's cold voice rang out once again. His gaze swept across the surroundings, but after a round, it finally landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised that these angels were actually looking for him. The other angels were also surprised. They all looked at Lu Ming. However, they quickly realized that it was most likely because of Ling Yue. Previously, Ling Yue had said that she was going to marry the genius of the angel race, Gabbard. However, after that, Ling Yue had a fiancé called Mu Yun, causing an uproar. It would be strange if Gabbard let Lu Ming off. He had come to look for Lu Ming. I'm Mu Yun. Hiding, it was obvious that he couldn't hide. Lu Ming generously admitted it. Immediately, the eyes of the four angels were like lightning, emitting a cold, killing intent. Very good, an ant-like thing. You dare to touch the person that young Master Gabbard has set his eyes on? You don't know life from death. I'll send you on your way. The old angel who had been speaking all this while spoke indifferently, as if he was looking down at an ant. After saying that, a pure white holy light slashed towards Lu Ming like a divine sword. Fast, fast to the extreme, and terrifying to the extreme. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. Lu Ming's body instantly tensed up. He wanted to dodge, but he discovered that his body couldn't move at all. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all. It was as if he was suppressed by an invisible force. This is bad. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. This old man from the angel race was too terrifying. His strength was boundless, far from what Lu Ming could contend against. The difference was too great. He couldn't even resist. Then I'm going to be killed just like that. As expected, women are a source of calamity. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Soon, the holy sword light was about to hit Lu Ming. If this sword hit Lu Ming, no matter how mysterious Lu Ming's forbidden body was, only death would await him. Even if Lu Ming was left with only one cell and could be resurrected, it would be useless. This sword would ensure that not a single cell would be left behind. At this critical moment, the elf Emperor Ling Huashua made his move. A divine light burst out from Ling Huashua's hand. It arrived first and bombarded the holy light slashed by the old angel. There was no sound at all. There was no rumbling, no explosion, and no shockwaves that swept out in all directions. The old angel's sword light had disappeared without a sound. It didn't stir up any waves. Elf Emperor, what do you mean by this? The old angel looked at the elf emperor with a cold face. You can't kill him. Today, no one can kill him. Ling Huashua said. Lu Ming had made a great contribution to the elf race. Today, no matter what, Ling Huashua couldn't watch Lu Ming be killed. Chapter 39-37. The elder from the angel race had a gloomy look on his face. He stared at Ling Huashua and said, Elf Emperor, are you going to make an enemy out of the angel race? How would I dare to make an enemy out of the angel race? However, Mu Yun is not only my son-in-law, but he has also contributed greatly to the elf race. With me here today, no one can kill him. Also, why does the angel race want to kill him? What's your reason for doing so? Ling Huashua said. The elder from the angel race didn't know how to answer for a moment. He couldn't possibly say that Mu Yun was Gabbard's rival in love, so he wanted to kill him. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Elf Emperor, are you sure you want to intervene? The elder from the angel race asked. That's right. The elf emperor nodded. He was very decisive and strong. Lu Ming had obtained the seed of the holy tree, which was a great contribution to the elf race. He absolutely couldn't let Lu Ming be killed by the angel race, especially here today. Good, very good, very good. The elf race is getting bolder and bolder. The elder from the angel race nodded repeatedly. The cold light in his eyes was about to overflow. However, there was nothing he could do. Although they had 2 experts, it was useless. After all, the elf race was the emperor of the elf race, an overlord in the universe. His strength was unfathomable, far beyond what they could compare to. Even in the entire angel race, there weren't many who could be a match for the elf emperor. If the elf emperor wanted to protect Lu Ming, the few of them wouldn't be able to kill Lu Ming at all. Ling Huashuo didn't continue to speak, but his gaze was very firm, indicating his position. How about this? At this time, another elder from the angel race transmitted his voice to the previous elder from the angel race. Then, he transmitted his voice to the 2 young angels. The 2 young angels nodded. Cold killing intent flashed in their eyes. One of them stepped out and said to Lu Ming from afar, "Mu Yun, I heard that you are extremely talented and powerful. You and I belong to the younger generation. I wonder if you dare to fight with me?" He wanted to challenge Lu Ming. Ling Huashuo frowned slightly. The other party was also a member of the younger generation, and he was challenging Lu Ming. This was a duel between the younger generation, and he had no reason to interfere. Otherwise, if word got out, it would be said that he had innocently interfered in the struggle of the younger generation and was bullying the weak. It would be easy for the angels to have a reason to blame the elves. Clearly, it was not convenient for the elder to make a move, so they sent the younger ones. They wanted to use the younger generation of geniuses to deal with Lu Ming. What? I'm just a subordinate of young Master Gabbert. If you don't even dare to accept the challenge, young Master Gabbert can suppress you with just 1 finger. The young angel stepped forward, pressing towards Lu Ming. His powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. That person had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. The elves all looked at Lu Ming, wondering if Lu Ming would dare to accept the challenge. Furthermore, many people were dissatisfied with the elf emperor. They believed that the elf emperor shouldn't offend the angel clan because of Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming was Ling Yue's fiancé, he shouldn't have offended the angel clan because of this. Offending the angel clan was no small matter. It would greatly affect the future development of the elves. The elves had just obtained the seed of the holy tree, so they shouldn't offend the angel clan. They should befriend the angel clan to give the elves some time to develop. Moreover, a mere Mu Yun had done nothing to the elves. What ability did he have to make the elf emperor offend the angel clan for him? Many people thought that the elf emperor was wrong, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't dare, quickly kneel down and admit your mistake. If you cripple your own cultivation, I can spare your dog life. The young angel continued to press towards Lu Ming. His gaze was oppressive, and his white cloak fluttered under the effect of the airwaves. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Lu Ming's expression was calm as his indifferent voice sounded out. He took a step forward, and his aura soared into the sky. The angel clan relied on their strength to bully others. Lu Ming was not a person who was afraid of trouble. If the old one couldn't beat him, could it be that he was afraid of the young one? Since the other party wanted to challenge him, who cared what race he was from? Very good, Elf Emperor. Did you see that? This is a battle between young people. Mu Yin has already agreed. Now, you have no room to interfere, right? The old man from the Angel clan sneered at the Elf Emperor. The Elf Emperor remained silent. It was a battle between young people, and Lu Ming had already agreed to the challenge. He was indeed unable to interfere. Jiasong, go and take Mu Yun's head. Go back and see young Master Gabbert. The old man from the Angel clan said to the young man from the Angel clan. His name was Jiasong. Don't worry. Jiasong's eyes flickered with a sinister killing intent. The aura on his body became even stronger, and his entire body was enveloped by a pure, white holy light. Suddenly, snow-white wings extended out from his back. A total of 3 pairs, 6 wings. This was a 6-winged seraph. The wings of the Angel clan were an important indicator of their talent. The more wings they had, the higher their talent. Just like the dragon's dragon claws, the more dragon claws they had, the higher their talent. Of course, this was not absolute. For example, the number 1 expert of the Dragon Clan, the world-destroying Black Dragon Ao Qian, was a five-clawed black dragon. He had suppressed countless outstanding prodigies of the dragon clan. However, this was only a rare case. Therefore, a six-winged seraph was an extremely shocking prodigy among the angel clan. Most of the angels had 2 wings, and the more talented ones had 4. I'll take your head with one move. Xiangsong's eyes shone brightly as a cross-shaped holy sword appeared on his body. He grasped it in his hand. This cross-shaped holy sword was his origin secret technique, and he had severed 4 shackles. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangsong's entire body turned into a pure white sword light that illuminated the sky. He slashed towards Lu Ming, aiming for Lu Ming's neck. Swoosh! After that, Lu Ming also moved. He turned into a gust of wind and flew towards Xiangsong. His hand was like a blade as he slashed at Xiangsong. With a loud bang, the pure white sword light that Garson had transformed into trembled nonstop. Cracks appeared on it at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, with a bang, the sword light exploded. Xiangsong was pushed back violently as he coughed up blood. His original secret technique, the cross-shaped holy sword, had exploded. Not only that, but there were also cracks on his body. He looked like a broken piece of porcelain. Many people were astonished. This young genius of the Angel Clan had been defeated just like that. He had been so arrogant a moment before, but now he had been defeated so easily. That's all you've got? The Angel Clan is mediocre. Lu Ming's faint voice could be heard. In his opinion, Xiangsong's strength was mediocre. Even though he had the strength of the first godly emperor layer, he wasn't as strong as Hua Tian from the Elf Clan. Chapter 39-38. Lu Ming had fought against Hua Tian before. He had the impression that Hua Tian was stronger than Xiangsong. Xiangsong was probably just an ordinary young genius from the Angel Clan. That was normal. Even though the Angel Clan was strong, they were called the top 10 geniuses of the universe. They were strong as a whole, but not all of them could defeat the geniuses of other clans. The geniuses of other clans could still defeat the geniuses of the Angel Clan. Hua Tian was one of the top geniuses of the Angel Clan. Xiangsong wasn't one of the top geniuses of the Angel Clan. Xiangsong was embarrassed and angry at Lu Ming's contempt. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The 2 old men of the Angel Clan pulled long faces. "Limo, you go," said one of the old men to the other young man telepathically. Limo was the other young man's name. Limo nodded and his silhouette flickered. He appeared in front of Lu Ming. "I'll fight against you." Limo spoke coldly. The rich, sacred light seemed to turn the world white. His powerful aura was like the waves of the sea, constantly pressing toward Lu Ming. Second godly emperor layer. Limo had the strength of the second godly emperor layer, 1 layer higher than Xiangsong's. Furthermore, a pair of wings extended from Limo's back. He had 4 pairs of wings. He was an 8-winged angel. Without a doubt, he was a terrifying cultivator. His cultivation level was higher than Xiangsong's, and he was also more talented than Xiangsong. He only has the strength of the second godly emperor layer, and he wants to challenge a quasi-emperor? How shameless, thought many people from the fairy clan. Of course, they didn't dare say it out loud. They didn't want to offend the Angel Clan. A cross-shaped sacred sword condensed on Limo's body. He pointed the sacred sword at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice, "Do you dare to fight me?" "Why wouldn't I dare? I hope you won't disappoint me," said Lu Ming calmly. Even though his opponent was strong, he wasn't afraid. When he was on the dragon's mother planet, he was already on the opposite side of the Heavenly Palace. Furthermore, the relationship between the angels and the Heavenly Palace was very good. They were backed by the Heavenly Palace. It could be said that sooner or later, he would go against the angels. It was a good opportunity to test the strength of the angels and see how strong they were. 8-winged angels were considered high-level prodigies in the angel tribe. After all, 10-winged angels or 12-winged angels were very rare in the angel tribe. What a big tone, Limo said coldly as he flapped his 8 wings. His body was like a beam of white light as he charged towards Lu Ming. Before many people could react, his sword light had already slashed towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming also made his move. Similarly, his palm was like a saber as he slashed out. Boom! Their attacks collided and an earth-shattering boom erupted. Strong winds blew, and holy light overflowed. The two figures retreated at the same time. This move was evenly matched. Lamo's expression turned even colder. He increased his speed to the maximum and charged toward Lu Ming. Beams of pure white sword gleams completely engulfed Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the great godly wind technique and the great shattering technique to increase their strength. His palms kept slashing out. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks kept colliding. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged a few dozen attacks. Suddenly, rumbling sounds spread in the air. Someone groaned and retreated. It was Lamo was the one who had retreated. There was blood on the corner of his mouth. After a few dozen attacks, he was at a disadvantage. He wasn't a match for Lu Ming. He was struck by Lu Ming's palm and coughed up blood as he was pushed back. It wasn't that Lamo wasn't strong. Actually, Lamo's strength was astonishing. Even though he only had the strength of the second godly emperor layer, he could compete with cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. He could even suppress ordinary cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. But during that year, Lu Ming had become stronger and stronger. He was infinitely close to breaking through to the godly emperor layer. At that moment, he hadn't used his battle formula to increase his fighting strength by 6 times, but he could already suppress Lamo. How strong is that Mu Yun's fighting strength? How terrifying! It was the first time for most of the elves to see Lu Ming fight. They were all dumbstruck. He was only a quasi-emperor layer cultivator, but he was already so strong. How astonishing! The faces of the two angels were also very serious. Killing intent constantly flashed in their eyes. It seems like you're not that strong. Lu Ming spoke calmly and stepped out. His palm blade was like a mountain, slashing toward Lamo continuously. Angel battle body, eternally invincible die, shouted Lamo. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His body was filled with holy light. At that moment, it seemed like he had turned into light. He didn't have a body of flesh and blood anymore. At that moment, the Angel clan was extremely strong. They were born with an angel battle body. They had incredible fighting strength. Ordinary clans couldn't compete with them. Lamo raised his fighting strength to the maximum and attacked Lu Ming. Come, shouted Lu Ming. His chi was like an erupting volcano. He became even stronger. Battle formula, 6 times fighting strength activated. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's right hand was like a blade. His left hand was like a fist. He kept attacking Lamo. The two of them kept colliding. They exchanged a dozen attacks. However, Lamo still couldn't win. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After a dozen attacks, Lu Ming slashed at Lamo's wing. Lamo coughed up blood and retreated. His face was deathly pale. Bang! Then, Lu Ming threw another punch at Lamo's chest. Lamo screamed miserably. His chest had been penetrated. His heart seemed to have turned into light, like a ball of light that was beating continuously. At this moment, countless light dots were converging towards his heart, constantly repairing it. The angel battle body is really amazing. You can recover quickly after being hit by my forbidden power. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. After reaching the Divine Emperor realm, especially for existences like Lamo, their vitality was terrifyingly strong. Ordinary attacks could hardly harm them. Only a terrifying force could hurt them. For example, divine power that had been awakened many times or other terrifying powers. Forbidden power was undoubtedly the most terrifying. It was almost impossible to recover after being hit by a forbidden power. However, Lamo was still recovering quickly. This showed how terrifying his physique was. That was the Angel Clan's talent. Even so, Lamo's injuries were very serious. His strength was greatly affected. Lose for me, Lu Ming shouted and attacked Lamo again. You want to defeat me? Dream on. Lamo roared as a silver cross flew out from between his eyebrows. Boom! As soon as the silver cross flew out, It expanded rapidly and emitted a terrifying wave. A ray of holy light flew out of the silver cross and blasted at Lu Ming. Chapter 39:39. Lai Mo took out a silver cross, which was emitting holy light. He sensed danger. That silver cross was a terrifying weapon. Crush it, Lu Ming hollered. 3 gravity pearls flew out from his wrist. Terrifying gravity permeated the air and shrouded the beam of holy light. However, the holy light only trembled slightly before it broke through the gravitational force of the gravity orb. It continued to charge toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming had the impression that the holy light was as strong as a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer. Even if Lu Ming used his full strength, he couldn't block the attack of a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer. He couldn't compete with Lu Ming directly, so he had to use a deadly weapon. But who didn't have a deadly weapon? A moment later, a round pearl appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Zephyr Pearl. With a thought, he circulated the great divine wind skill, and a gust of terrifying gale emerged from the gale pearl. Under Lu Ming's control, the gale transformed into a wind blade and flew toward the holy light. With a puff, the holy light was destroyed by the wind blade. You can't defeat me, so you use a powerful weapon. You think you only have powerful weapons? Said Lu Ming disdainfully. He continued, absorbing the strength of the Zephyr Pearl. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying gale transformed into a tornado that swept towards Lai Mo. Lai Mo's expression changed drastically. He used all of his strength and poured all of his god power into the silver cross. The silver cross emitted a resplendent light and became as large as a mountain. It pressed down on the tornado, wanting to destroy it. However, when the silver cross came into contact with the tornado, the silver cross shook violently and was directly thrown back. Even though the silver cross was powerful, it couldn't compare to the Zephyr Pearl. It couldn't compare to Ling Yuwei's Royal Elf Bow. It couldn't compare to Xiao Wu Ji's Azura sword either. It couldn't compare to Di Jinni's rusty sword either. In front of Lai Mo, who had the strength of the 2nd godly emperor layer, he could only use the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. If Lu Ming did not have the Zephyr Pearl, he would not have been able to block the Silver Cross's attack. However, Lu Ming had the Zephyr Pearl and could easily crush his opponent. The tornado blew away the Silver Cross and continued to sweep towards Lai Mo. Lai Mo's expression was extremely ugly. If he was hit by this tornado, he would definitely die. Stop! An elder from the angel race coldly snorted and blasted out a palm. He actually directly interfered with the battle, wanting to kill Lu Ming. However, Ling Huashua's body emitted a divine light that easily blocked the attack of the old angel. This is a duel between young people. As an elder, it's better not to interfere. If word gets out, it will be bad for the reputation of the angel race, Ling Huashua said calmly. It sounded like he was doing this for the sake of the reputation of the angels. The elder from the angel race was furious, but with Ling Huashua around, he couldn't do anything. The tornado formed by the gale was about to hit Lai Mo. Just then, Lai Mo took out a jade talisman and shouted, "Young Master Gabbard, help!" As soon as Lai Mo's voice fell, the jade talisman emitted a dense divine light. A terrifying aura spread out from the jade talisman. The next moment, a figure appeared above the jade talisman. It was a handsome young man in a white robe. His hair was also snow white. He stood with his hands behind his back, but he had a domineering aura and a demeanor that could swallow the universe. His eyes were like lightning as he glanced at Lu Ming. Then he used his fingers like a sword and slashed down. A shocking sword light shone, breaking the void and illuminating the starry sky. Poof! The next moment, the tornado formed by the gale was split in half by the sword light. Lai Mo was overjoyed that he was saved. "Young Master Gabbard, thank you," Lai Mo said respectfully. Many people were shocked. Gabbard, this was the peerless hero of the angel race. His name shook the universe. and he was on the Universe Prodigy list. He was recognized by all the great races and even the Heavenly Palace, Gabbard. Yes, he's Gabbard. I've seen his portrait in the Dream Jade. It's really him. He's actually here. No, it's not a physical body. It seems to be a projection or a clone. Many people saw through the trick. This was not Gabbard's body. It was just a projection or a divine power clone that had been sealed in the Jade Talisman beforehand. Gabbard, behind him, Ling Piao and the others were overjoyed. As for Ling Yue, her face darkened and became a little ugly. You may leave. Gabbard's divine power clone glanced at La Mo indifferently and instructed. La Mo respectfully left. Gabbard looked at Lu Ming, and a terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he took a step forward, and a bright divine light rushed out of his body. It turned into a sword of holy light and slashed at Lu Ming. Gabbard was very decisive. Without saying a word, he directly attacked Lu Ming and launched a sure kill attack. Not far away, Ling Huashua's eyes flashed. He wanted to stop him, but in the end he stopped. Speaking of which, Gabbard was also part of the younger generation, so he had no reason to attack. Moreover, Gabbard's identity and status were not small. Even in the angel race, he was a big shot. He still had some misgivings in his heart. The sword light locked onto Lu Ming and burst out with cold, killing intent, about to launch a sure kill attack. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. This sword gave him a strong sense of danger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 gravity pearls were constantly vibrating. The gravity was pushed to the extreme, enveloping Gabbard's sword light. However, it was useless. Gabbard's sword light did not slow down at all. Gale! Lu Ming shouted and used the Great God Wind technique. He drew out the power inside the Gale Pearl and formed a storm that swept Gabbard's sword light. Rumble! Gabbard's sword light collided with the flaming storm, causing a deafening explosion. However, one could see that Gabbard's sword light slashed down, and the sword chi soared into the sky, constantly breaking through the flaming storm. In the end, the flaming storm was split into 2. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. With a thought, Xiao turned into armor and covered his entire body. Moreover, a silver spear condensed in his palm. Swoosh! Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, piercing the sword light. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lu Ming's body shook violently. He retreated rapidly and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, it was only a minor injury. Lu Ming's cells were constantly surging with power. Lu Ming's injuries were instantly healed. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming's expression was quite solemn. Gabbard's power was beyond his expectations. One had to know that Lu Ming's Great God Wind technique had reached the small success stage. The stronger the Great God Wind technique was, the stronger the power inside the Gale Pearl could be drawn out. Even so, it could not block Gabbard's attack. Chapter 3940. Gilbert's sword light broke through the raging windstorm, but a portion of its power was blocked by the raging windstorm. However, the remaining portion of its power was still shockingly strong. Lu Ming could only borrow Xiao's strength. During that time, Xiao had evolved again. Previously, it had the strength of the 3rd Godly Emperor layer, but now it had broken through to the 4th Godly Emperor layer. This was a result of completely refining the metal planet it had devoured in the Gale Star River. Later on, Xiao would need to continue devouring new metal materials or divine weapons to evolve. Xiao had the strength of the 4th Godly Emperor layer, so it was extremely strong. It could definitely kill cultivators of the 6th Godly Emperor layer. Even so, with the help of Xiao's power, Lu Ming was still unable to block the sword gleam that only had a portion of its power left. He was still injured. From this, one could tell how terrifying Gabbard's ability was. Interesting. When Gabbard saw that Lu Ming had blocked his sword, he was surprised. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would be able to block his sword. An interesting metallic life form. an interesting treasure? But do you think that relying on external strength can stop me? Today I will kill you, said Gabbert coldly. He sounded confident and arrogant, as if there was nothing he couldn't do. If he wanted to kill someone, there was nothing he couldn't do. Boom! Gabbert's chi became even more terrifying. His chi became even more terrifying. His chi became even more dazzling, illuminating the sky. The sword lights were millions and millions of zhang long. Sword chi tore through the sky and moved towards Lu Ming again. This time, the power was stronger than before. Lu Ming felt that he was locked in by a powerful force. He performed the great God Wind skill, and his figure kept flashing. However, it was still difficult to avoid the Sword Gleam's attack. Facing that attack, it was difficult to dodge. Explode! Lu Ming roared as he used all his strength to draw out the Gale Bead's power. The Gale Bead constantly trembled and emitted a blazing light. A blazing gale rushed out of the Gale Bead and turned into a wall of gale in front of him. As for Lu Ming himself, he erupted with all his strength. His entire body was filled with a resplendent radiance. This was a phenomenon caused by the activation of all his secret techniques. All of the secret techniques turned into a pillar of light and shot forward. At the same time, Lu Ming held the silver spear in his hand and stabbed out. This spear contained the power of the Great God Wind technique and the Great Fragmentation technique. Boom! Gabbert's cross-shaped sword beam first slashed at the wall of gale. Just like before, the collision between the two caused a violent explosion. However, the wall of gale was still unable to withstand the attack of the cross-shaped holy sword. A crack appeared on it before it exploded. The remaining sword beam continued to slash at Lu Ming. When it came into contact with the light pillar formed by all of Lu Ming's secret techniques, it broke the light pillar with a boom and collided with the silver spear. In an instant, Lu Ming's body shook violently as if he had been electrocuted. The silver spear also bent into an astonishing arc as if it was about to break. Puff, puff, puff! Dense sword chi suddenly appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's body and cut his body. It cut through the armor formed by Xianxia and cut Lu Ming's body. Numerous wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body as blood flowed out. Whoosh! Lu Ming retreated tens of thousands of meters before he could stabilize his body. His body was in tatters, as if he had been hit by thousands of sword chi in an instant. But in the end, Lu Ming still managed to block this attack. The wounds on his body were rapidly healing. He blocked the second attack again. Many people at the scene were shocked, especially those from the angel race. They were even more incredulous. Lu Ming could actually block 2 of Gabbert's attacks. Although this was only a strand of Gabbert's divine power doppelganger, and its power was far inferior to Gabbert's original body, how high was Lu Ming's cultivation? He was only a quasi-emperor. This was too shocking. Ha! The universe prodigy list is just so. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled disdainfully. Gabbert's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Angel King's sword. Gabbert shouted softly as he stretched out his hand and pointed in the air. Then, dazzling holy light condensed in the air and turned into snow-white feathers. However, the feathers immediately changed again. They turned into divine swords. The angel feathers turned into swords. There were a total of 18 white divine swords suspended in the air, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he felt a fatal danger. He knew that this was a terrifying killing technique that could destroy the world and blow up the tiniest particles. Even though Lu Ming had a forbidden body, it was still very dangerous. I can't block it. The Gale Pearl can't block it. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a countermeasure. He could feel that the Gale Pearl's power would most likely not be able to block this attack. After all, his great godly wind technique and his cultivation were limited. The power that he could draw from the Gale Pearl was also limited. It would be difficult to block this attack. Now, he still had 2 trump cards. There were the immortal fighting soul in the fragment of the life spirit vitality stone and the Bingxian rod. However, These two weapons were related to the life spirit of the heavenly court. They could not be easily exposed, especially the mysterious ice rod. It was too precious. It was the top weapon in the universe. Once it was exposed, it would cause a huge commotion. Perhaps the masters of the elves or the angels would be greedy and would not let it go. Therefore, Lu Ming was hesitating whether he should use it or not. If he didn't use it, he wouldn't be able to block Gabbert's attack. At this moment, Gabbert seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned around. Behind her, an arrow pierced through the air and flew towards him. It carried a terrifying power as it continuously exploded in the air. Slash! Gabbert shouted softly. He raised his hand and waved it. One of the feather swords slashed towards the sword light. With a boom, a violent explosion occurred between the two. Then, the arrow and the feather sword disappeared at the same time. Ling Yue. Gabbert looked at Ling Yue. The person who attacked just now was Ling Yue. At this moment, Ling Yue was holding the Elf King's bow with blood in her hand and aiming it at Gabbert. "You want to attack me?" Gabbert whispered, his gaze as cold as a knife. "Lu Ming is my fiancé. If you want to kill him, I naturally have to do it," Ling Yue said. As she spoke, she took one step at a time, her aura becoming stronger and stronger. A terrifying pressure was emitted from Ling Yue's body. Behind her, a towering tree appeared, emitting an endless green light. Waves of green light continuously poured into Ling Yue's body, condensing into an arrow on the Elf King's bow that was stained with blood. "Good, very good." Gabbert said a few words of good. His voice and expression were extremely cold. Originally, he had taken a fancy to Ling Yue and wanted to marry her. But now, because of another man, Ling Yue had attacked him. If this were to spread, he would definitely lose all face. This caused his killing intent to be extremely strong. Chapter 39:41. Ling Yue. Even if you want to help him, I will still kill this Mu Yun in front of you and let you watch him die with your own eyes. Gabbert's cold voice rang out, followed by a loud shout. Angel King Sword chop. Swoosh, 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 the remaining dozen or so feather divine sword began to spin rapidly, their sword chi soaring into the sky. Gale Storm, however, before Gabbert could make his move, Lu Ming had already made his move. The scorching cracks swept towards Gabbert. At the same time, Ling Yue also made her move. An arrow shot out. This arrow was emerald green in color, but it carried a trace of bloodlight. It was simply terrifying to the extreme and was several times stronger than the previous arrow. It was obvious that the previous arrow was just a casual arrow from Ling Yue. She did not use her full strength, but this arrow used her full strength. Gabbert's face darkened as he controlled the 17 feather divine swords. 10 of them flew towards Ling Yue and 7 of them slashed towards Lu Ming. Ling Yue's arrow was extremely fast. In an instant, it had approached Gabbert and collided with his feather divine sword. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous rumbling sounds rang out. An astonishing scene occurred. When Ling Yue's arrow collided with the feather divine sword, it actually pierced through multiple feather divine swords. 1, 2, 3. In less than a breath of time, he had pierced through 7 feather divine swords, causing Gabbert's expression to change drastically. With a wave of his hand, 5 of the 7 feather divine swords that were slashing towards Lu Ming changed direction and slashed towards Ling Yue. Only 2 of them remained, slashing towards Lu Ming. Amidst the continuous rumbling sounds, the feather divine swords that were slashing towards Ling Yue were all pierced through by Ling Yue's arrows. However, at this time, the power of the arrows had also reached its end and dissipated. However, it still forced Gabbert to retreat several thousand meters before stabilizing his body. On the other side, there were only 2 feather divine swords that were successfully blocked by Lu Ming. So powerful. At the scene, everyone's eyes fell on Ling Yue, revealing deep shock. The elves, in particular, found it even more unbelievable. Ling Yue actually had such strong strength. Not only was she able to defeat most of Gabbert's attacks, she was also able to repel Gabbert. How was this possible? It was like a fantasy story. Wasn't Ling Yue a quasi-emperor in the past? Furthermore, she was only ranked in the top 10 of the quasi-emperors. She wasn't even a divine emperor. Compared to Gabbert, there was a difference between heaven and earth. And that arrow, just now, the strength that Ling Yue had displayed was simply terrifying. Second Godly Emperor Layer. When did the princess break through to the second Godly Emperor Layer? Moreover, her elven bloodline is excessively rich. Just now, I felt a terrifying pressure that made me want to submit to her. Me too. I have the same feeling. At the scene, the elves began to discuss among themselves. Gabbert's gaze was also fixed on Ling Yue. His gaze was like two divine swords. Ling Yue, your strength is beyond my imagination. You are even stronger than the legends. You are worthy of me. Who wants to be worthy of you? My fiancé is Mu Yun. Now scram out of the elf clan. Otherwise, you can only leave behind this divine clone of yours. Ling Yue shouted. Stubborn. There's nothing I can't get, especially women. Now I'll kill Mu Yun first. Gabbert's face turned cold. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. The holy light was dense and turned into a sword light that soared into the sky. He was about to launch a thunderous attack. Wong. Ling Yue was very direct as she pulled the bowstring. Under Ling Yue's pull, the Elf King's bow, which was stained with blood, continuously vibrated. The blood on the bow seemed to have come to life as it slowly flowed and filled the air with a bloody light. An emerald green arrow with a trace of blood light condensed once again, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. The current Ling Yue was much stronger than when he first met Lu Ming. Not only had his cultivation soared to the second level of the Divine Emperor realm, but he could also control the Elf King's bow that was stained with blood. Most importantly, Ling Yue's bloodline had evolved. Her elf bloodline had reached a terrifying level. It seemed to be able to resonate with the Elf King's bow that was stained with blood, and was able to unleash the power of the Elf King's bow that was stained with blood. This was why she was able to repel Gabbert with a single arrow. Gabbert seemed to have felt the terror of this arrow. His figure quickly changed, wanting to avoid the lock of Ling Yue's arrow. Swoosh! Ling Yue's arrow was directly shot out. As soon as it flew out, it began to change rapidly. One arrow turned into two turned into four turned into 8. In the blink of an eye, they turned into hundreds and thousands of arrows. They were densely packed and filled the air, completely sealing off all of Gabbert's space. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Gabbert's face darkened. His aura erupted, transforming into a cross-shaped holy sword that swept out in all directions, wanting to destroy all the arrows. However, when he swept out his sword light, many of the arrows disappeared. It's fake, it's an illusion. Gabbert's expression changed. Just as he was about to move out, it was already too late. Behind him, an arrow suddenly sped up and pierced through Gabbert's back. A gap appeared in Gabbert's divine avatar. Gabbert, send your divine avatar on your way. Ling Yue shouted and drew her bow again. Swish, swish, swish this time. A total of 7 arrows were shot out. 7 consecutive arrows, linked together like a ray of light, shot towards Gabbert at a terrifying speed. Break for me! Gabbert let out a long roar, his body emitting a dazzling light. His entire body seemed to be burning, transforming into a dazzling sword light that violently slashed out. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The air shook violently, and the strength chi overflowed in all directions. A dazzling light erupted, causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. In the next moment, a figure retreated backwards, almost leaving the range of the elven holy tree's tree stump. Young Master Gabbert! Young Master! The angels cried out in alarm. The reason for that was because the figure that was rapidly retreating was none other than Gilbert. Everyone's gaze fell on Gabbert. At this moment, another hole appeared on Gabbert's body, causing Gabbert's body to become even more illusory, as if it would dissipate at any time. "Young Master, how dare you hurt young Master Gabbert?" The angels roared furiously. Gabbert waved his hand, and the angels immediately quieted down. "Good, very good." Gabbert looked at Ling Yue, his eyes filled with a kind of flame. It was the color of greed, and it was even denser than before. "Your strength is not bad, but this is only a divine avatar of mine. Its strength is not even 1% of my main bodies. However, I am very satisfied that you were able to injure one of my divine avatars," Gabbert said. Ling Yue coldly snorted, her eyes shining as she stared at Gabbert without the slightest fear. Chapter 39:42. Right now, Ling Yue had a strong sense of confidence. Even if her current strength was still far from Gabbert's main body, she was confident that sooner or later she would catch up to Gabbert. She was confident that her current talent was definitely above Gabbert's. After Gabbert finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming didn't make a move because she discovered that Ling Yue's strength was already above Gabbert's divine clone, so there was no need for him to make a move. "Mu Yin, do you think you can sit back and relax just by hiding behind a woman? If I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape," Gabbert said coldly. "With your cultivation base that is much higher than mine, do you think it's glorious to deal with me?" Lu Ming said disdainfully. Having a high cultivation base is also a kind of talent. In this world, cultivation base is the foundation. You and I are both of the younger generation. If your cultivation base is insufficient, it means that you are trash. Do you understand? Gabbert said coldly, still with a high and mighty expression. Although he had lost this battle and his divine clone was about to dissipate, he was still arrogant and high and mighty. Because in this battle, he was only a wisp of divine clone. The difference in strength between him and his main body was too great. There were many methods that he couldn't use. In addition, Ling Yue had relied on a great killing weapon to defeat his divine clone, not on her own strength. Although he had lost, it didn't affect him. He still had the belief that he was invincible. A high cultivation base is also a kind of talent, relying on the endless resources of the angel race or the guidance of countless experts of the angel race. Lu Ming continued to speak, the disdain in his voice growing stronger. "I, Mu Yun, come from a small force. I have to rely on myself to fight for all the resources. Every step of improvement is based on my own comprehension. I have to rely on myself to walk step by step until now. I have cultivated for less than 10,000 years. If there were the same conditions, what would you, Gabbert, be in front of me?" Lu Ming continued, his voice spreading in all directions. The scene quieted down. Many people revealed thoughtful expressions. That's right, Mu Yun's cultivation time should be about the same as Ling Yue's. They were both young, and they came from small power. They relied on themselves to reach this step, revealing a terrifying and unparalleled battle prowess that was invincible among those of the same level. As for Gabbert, he was born in the angel race, one of the top 10 races in the universe. He had as many resources as he wanted, and he had countless experts to guide him. That was how he had achieved what he had today. Most importantly, Gabbert had been cultivating for at least tens of thousands of years. If the two of them had the same conditions, would Mu Yun be worse than him? You're sharp-tongued. The path of cultivation isn't about talking. It's about strength and combat power. If you're weak, then you're weak. Why do you have to find excuses for your weakness? When my true body descends in the future, I'll kill you with one move. Gabbert's indifferent voice rang out once again. His eyes were still shining brightly, and he was not affected by Lu Ming's words. A person like him had an extremely tenacious mind. How could he doubt his own path and his own path just because of the words of others? Obviously, that was impossible. Kill me with one move? Ha ha! Give me another 10,000 years. No, as long as I have 1,000 years, I'll be able to trample you under my feet. What genius of the angel race! You're nothing in my eyes, Lu Ming said loudly. The scene was silent as everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Was Lu Ming going to challenge Gabbert? But what did he say? He could trample Gabbert under his feet in 1,000 years? Was that possible? Absolutely impossible. For them, 1,000 years was a short period of time. It was just a blink of an eye. The time of one seclusion was far more than 1,000 years. What was Lu Ming's cultivation base now? He was just a quasi-emperor. It was almost impossible for him to break through to the divine emperor realm from the quasi-emperor realm in 1,000 years. Most people had to accumulate endless years in the quasi-emperor realm, which was measured in hundreds of millions of years. It was extremely difficult to accumulate enough to break through to the divine emperor realm in 1,000 years. Taking a step back, even if Lu Ming could break through to the divine emperor realm in 1,000 years, what could he do? Compared to Gabbert, the difference was still like heaven and earth. It was impossible for him to be Gabbert's opponent. It was impossible to challenge Gabbert in 1,000 years. Mu Yun, Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming. Even she felt that it was very difficult. The others also secretly shook their heads. You want to challenge me? Gabbert looked at Lu Ming indifferently. You can say that. Lu Ming said, Haha, are you trying to stall for time for yourself? Since you want to stall for time, you should set a longer date so that you can live a little longer. Gabbert sneered. 1,000 years is enough for a trash like you. If I need a longer time, wouldn't it seem that I'm too useless? Lu Ming said. These words, even with Gabbert's wisdom, caused his eyes to shrink, revealing a trace of anger. How much was he looking down on him? Brat, you're courting death. You overestimate yourself. What qualifications do you have to challenge young Master Gabbert? The few people from the Angel clan shouted one after another. If you don't dare, just say it. If you don't dare, then kill me with your original body. I'll wait for you here and fight with you. Lu Ming said loudly. Haha, you won't use such a low-level method to provoke me. Gabbert sneered and said, All right, I agree to your challenge. I'll give you 1,000 years to live for 1,000 more years. In the end, Gabbert agreed. Originally, there was no need for him to agree. How could he be tricked so easily? However, it was only 1,000 years. In the blink of an eye, it didn't matter. This was because the time was simply too short. Furthermore, he had been cultivating recently and had reached a critical juncture. He was about to achieve a breakthrough in one of his secret techniques, and he would need to spend a considerable amount of time in his family. In the short term, his actual body could not come out to hunt Lu Ming down. Therefore, it didn't matter if he agreed. If Lu Ming said that he would challenge him in a few 100 million years or a few stellar years, he would naturally not agree. Hua! Waves of discussion rang out at the scene. Mu Yin challenged Gabbert, and Gabbert actually agreed. The time was 1,000 years later, and this was truly big news. Just let you live for 1,000 more years? After 1,000 years, no matter where you hide, I will find you. Gabbert continued to speak. After saying this, his body collapsed with a bang and dissipated into the air. This strand of divine power clone of his had been continuously struck by Ling Yue, and it was already difficult for him to maintain it. At this moment, it finally collapsed. Elves, you're very good. An old man from the Angel clan swept his gaze across Ling Huashua and the others. He coldly left behind a sentence, then turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, the people from the Angel clan disappeared without a trace. He came with a strong force and retreated in a sorry state. At the scene, the sounds of discussion grew louder and louder. The center of the discussion was none other than two people, Lu Ming and Ling Yue. One was Lu Ming challenging Gabbert, and the other was Ling Yue's strength. Everyone was very curious. How did Ling Yue's strength increase so much? Chapter 39:43. There was a commotion at the scene as everyone discussed. Quiet down, Ling Huashua said and raised his hand. The scene immediately quieted down. All right, there's a small accident. Now, the holy worshipping ceremony will continue. Didn't you want to know who got the seed of the holy tree? Now, I'll announce it, Ling Huashua said. The elves' eyes were filled with anticipation. They temporarily put aside the matter of the angels. They were more curious about who got the seed of the holy tree. After all, the seed of the holy tree had a greater impact on the elves. It was related to the rise and fall of the elves. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Huashua, waiting for his announcement. The person who got the seed of the holy tree is... Ling Huashua pointed at Lu Ming and announced loudly, Mu Yun. What? Everyone was shocked. They turned to look at Lu Ming and stared at Lu Ming in a daze. It was Lu Ming. The one who got the seed of the holy tree was Lu Ming. This was beyond everyone's expectations. They thought it was a certain prodigy of the elves. They never expected it to be Lu Ming. After Ling Huafeng, Ling Piao, and the others recommended Mu Yun to participate in the Holy Seed assessment. In the end, Mu Yun exceeded my expectations and brought out the Holy Tree seed from the ancestral land. He even brought out 49 high-grade elven tree seeds. Yue also successfully obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree. Ling Huashua said. Behind him, Ling Piao, Ling Huafeng, and the others' faces were as black as charcoal. Initially, they had secretly informed Gilbert so that they could make use of the power of the angels to kill Lu Ming. However, in the end, the people from the angels had come, but left with their tails between their legs. Lu Ming was still alive and well. Their anger already surged into the heavens, their mentality exploding, extremely unresigned. But now, Ling Huashua had touched on their sore spot. He had mentioned that they were the ones who recommended Lu Ming to participate in the Holy Seed assessment, and that was how he got the seed of the Holy Tree. At the thought of this, they felt even more displeased. They felt that their heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were in pain. What? At this moment, everyone present finally reacted. There was an uproar as they discussed animatedly. They finally knew why Ling Huashua wanted to protect Lu Ming even when facing the pressure of the angels. This was because Lu Ming had made a huge contribution to the angels. No matter what, they had to protect Lu Ming. They finally knew why Ling Yue's cultivation was so fast and her talent reached such an astonishing level. It was also because she obtained the seed of the Holy Seed. Mu Yun, he is a person, he is, and... Previously, many people thought that Ling Huashua should not offend the angels because of Lu Ming. This would be disadvantageous to the elves. But now, their thinking had changed completely. He thought that Ling Huashua had done the right thing. They even thought that Lu Ming would be able to prosper the elf race and bring luck to the elf race. He had yet to marry Ling Yue, but he had already brought the seeds of the Holy Tree and 49 high-level elf tree seeds to the elf race. If he were to get married, what benefits would it bring to the elf race? There were even people urging Lu Ming and Ling Yue to get married quickly. This made Lu Ming speechless. But in the end, most of the elves recognized Lu Ming. Even a younger generation of elves who wanted to pursue Ling Yue also recognized Lu Ming. After all, the seed of the Holy Tree was too important to the elves. Only Ling Piao and the others were hiding at the back, gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. After announcing the origin of the Holy Tree seed, the sacred worship ceremony continued. In the end, Ling Huashua took out the Holy Tree seed, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. After that, Lu Ming had nothing to do. Lu Ming just watched quietly from his side. The next morning, Lu Ming bid farewell to Ling Yue, Ling Huashua, and the others. You're leaving so soon. Why don't you stay for a while longer? Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming with hidden bitterness. That gaze was enough to melt even steel. Fortunately, Lu Ming's heart was harder than steel, and he was able to withstand it. I received news from the sect leader that the Heavenly Palace is about to start recruiting heavenly soldiers. I need to go back and prepare. Lu Ming said. And Ling Huashua nodded his head and said, in the universe, most of the geniuses will choose to join the Heavenly Palace and become a heavenly soldier, obtaining better training. You go to the Heavenly Palace to become a heavenly soldier and train yourself is also a good direction. Back then, I also entered the Heavenly Palace to become a heavenly soldier. Can you still withdraw after becoming a heavenly soldier? Lu Ming was curious. Ling Huashua was now the elf patriarch, so he definitely wouldn't be a heavenly soldier. This was because when he was a heavenly soldier, he definitely wouldn't be able to return to be the elf patriarch. Of course you can, but there are conditions. As long as you accumulate enough merit points for the Heavenly Palace, you can retire and regain your freedom. Many of the Overlord-level characters in the universe were heavenly soldiers when they were young. Ling Huashua said, "Merit points?" Lu Ming was curious. "You'll know about this when you become a heavenly soldier. It's not convenient for me to reveal too much now." Ling Huashua said, "Does the Heavenly Palace only recruit people from the younger generation when they recruit heavenly soldiers?" Lu Ming asked again. As an overlord and a heavenly soldier, Ling Huashua definitely knew a lot of information. Lu Ming naturally had to seize the opportunity to inquire about it. Not necessarily. Those who are older will also be recruited. It mainly depends on their potential. Those who don't have enough potential won't be recruited. Of course, it's still mainly the younger generation. Ling Huashua explained. Lu Ming nodded and then asked a few more questions, which Ling Huashua answered one by one. After that, Lu Ming bid farewell and left under Ling Yue's reluctant gaze. He left the elf clan and headed towards the Iron Sea Star region. Lu Ming's departure was very secretive. Other than Ling Yue and Ling Huashua, no one else knew about it. It was also to prevent anyone from harming Lu Ming. Ling Yue even made the illusion that Lu Ming was still in the elf clan in order to confuse others. The elf clan was very far away from the Plentiful Sword sect. Lu Ming took a few months to return to the Plentiful Sword sect. Lu Ming did not make a big fuss. Instead, he secretly returned to the Plentiful Sword sect and met with sect leader Wang. "Sect leader Wang, where should I sign up for the Heavenly Palace's recruitment of heavenly soldiers? What do I need to prepare?" Lu Ming asked. In the past, the registration was from the various heavenly cities. As for the requirements for registration and what needs to be prepared, I still don't know. Sect leader Wang said. Heavenly City was a huge city built by the Heavenly Palace. It floated in the starry sky of the universe. Ordinary people were unable to enter the Heavenly Palace. They could only enter Heavenly City. Chapter 3944. You don't even know the conditions? What do you mean? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Yes, the Heavenly Palace is recruiting heavenly soldiers. Not everyone can sign up. There are conditions. In a few months, on the day of extreme Een, the Heavenly Palace will issue the conditions for signing up. This condition is actually a requirement. Only those who meet the requirements can sign up. Sect leader Wang explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded. It was still early. There were still 7 to 8 months before the day of extreme Een. There was no hurry. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed here and focused on cultivating. He mainly focused on comprehending the Great God Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of extreme Een. The day of extreme Een was a very special day. On this day, the yang qi of the entire primitive universe would be weak and the Een qi would be strong. This day only happened once in many years. It was a great opportunity for those who cultivated extreme Een techniques. Cultivating on this day would often result in great breakthroughs. On this day, the Heavenly Palace finally issued the requirements for signing up for the Heavenly Soldier Assessment through the Dreamy Heavenly Jade. Those who wanted to sign up had to bring a wisp of spiritual Een qi. Moreover, they had to obtain it themselves to meet the requirements. Buying it or giving it to others did not meet the requirements. Only those who had a wisp of spiritual Een qi could sign up in the Heavenly City and qualify for the Heavenly Soldier Assessment. Demonic Een qi? Lu Ming was confused. He immediately asked Sect Leader Wang. After Sect Leader Wang's explanation, Lu Ming finally understood. On the day of extreme Yin, there would be a lot of demonic Yin Shi in all parts of the universe. Many demonic Yin Shi would even give birth to spiritual Yin Shi, especially in places with extremely dense Yin Shi and demonic Qi. It was easier for them to be born. Those who wanted to sign up for the Heavenly Soldier assessment had to find demonic Yin Shi with spiritual Yin Shi. Only those who obtained demonic Yin Shi with spiritual Yin Shi were qualified to sign up. Moreover, they had to obtain it themselves. If others helped them, it did not count. You might ask, how would the Heavenly Palace know if they obtained it themselves? This was because there were people in the Heavenly Palace who were good at calculation. As long as they got hold of a spiritual Yin Shi, they would be able to calculate it. Once it was discovered that it had been purchased or obtained with the help of an elder, it would be considered as cheating the Heavenly Palace. The consequences of deceiving the Heavenly Palace would be severe. It wasn't that there weren't such people in history, but in the end, these people all disappeared and never appeared again. Everyone knew in their hearts that these people would never appear again. Sect Leader Wang. Do you know which places in the universe have denser baleful Yin Shi? It is more likely that there will be baleful Yin Shi with spirituality. Lu Ming asked, in the universe, there are many places with dense, baleful Yin energy. There are also many places where baleful Yin energy can be found. However, it is not easy for ordinary people to obtain baleful Yin energy with spirituality. Sect Head Wang explained. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. Because there are so many people who want to participate in the Heavenly Soldier examination. Countless races in the primitive universe will participate. Therefore, I'm afraid that many baleful Yin lands will be sealed off by the experts of those powerful forces. It will be difficult for outsiders to interfere. Sect Head Wang said, didn't they say that others can't help? Why can those powerful forces still send people to seal off those places? Lu Ming frowned. They just send people to seal off certain areas and let those forces' own people enter those areas to search for baleful Yin Shi. Even if they don't help, the Heavenly Palace will not be able to calculate it. This is called the Heavenly Palace has a policy, and there are countermeasures below, Sect Head Wang explained. Lu Ming was speechless and frowned. In this way, it would be really difficult to obtain baleful Yin Shi with spirituality. Some famous baleful Yin places would be sealed off by those powerful forces. It would be difficult for others to enter and compete for them. Then the others can only try their luck? Lu Ming said. Was he going to be stumped at the first hurdle? He did not have to enter the Heavenly Palace to become a Heavenly Soldier. However, the mid-autumn moon was likely to be taken away by the big shots in the dreamy Heavenly Palace. If he did not enter the Heavenly Palace, how could he inquire about the mid-autumn moon? He would not be at ease if he did not find out more about the mid-autumn moon. Moreover, during this period, he also knew that becoming a Heavenly Soldier in the Heavenly Palace was an excellent training. In the universe, 90% of the overlords had entered the Heavenly Palace and become a Heavenly Soldier. Many geniuses would experience explosive growth in their cultivation after entering the Celestial Palace, leaving those who did not enter in the dust. If they wanted to go further in the future, they would need to become Celestial Soldiers, which would be very useful. Therefore, Lu Ming still hoped to become a Heavenly Soldier. He could not be stopped at the first step. Indeed, people from small forces can only try their luck or go to places where the baleful Yin Shi is not very dense. After all, in the universe, there are some places where the baleful Yin Shi is not very dense, but there will still be baleful Yin Shi with spirituality born on the day of extreme Yin. Leader Wang explained. After chatting with Leader Wang for a while, Leader Wang left, leaving Lu Ming alone to ponder. Lu Ming, I have a place that I can recommend you to go. At this time, Gumo's voice sounded. What place? Lu Ming was delighted. That place is called the Land of 1,000 Graves. It contains rich, baleful Yin Shi, and there's a great chance that baleful Yin Shi with spirituality will be born there. Gumo said, such a place should be blocked by many powerful forces. How can I go in? Lu Ming said, don't worry, I have stayed in that place for a period of time, so I'm very familiar with it. Even if those forces block it tightly, I will have a way to go in. Moreover, I have hidden some things in that place. There are 3,000 ancient secret skills and some ordinary secret skills of diabolism. They are suitable for you. Guillermo said, there are 3,000 ancient secret skills. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately decided that he must go to that place. Since Guillermo said that he could go, there should be no problem. Okay, let's go then. Lu Ming immediately made up his mind. He then took out a few pieces of Starry Sky map and began to observe. These pieces of Starry Sky map were obtained from the elf tribe. They were the best Starry Sky map, covering most of the territories in the universe. Only a powerful race like the elf tribe would have such a Starry Sky map. This kind of Starry Sky map was very precious. If not for Lu Ming's great kindness to the elf tribe, he would not have been able to obtain it. Soon, Lu Ming found the location of the land of 1,000 graves on the Starry Sky map. It was still some distance away from the Iron Sea Star Zone group. Lu Ming immediately rushed over. Half a month later, Lu Ming arrived at the vicinity of the land of 1,000 graves. He was indeed one step too late. The vast land of 1,000 graves had been blocked by several forces. There were a total of 2 powerful races that had sealed off the land of 1,000 graves. Chapter 39:45. The Xianxia tribe and the Sun Moon tribe were 2 extremely powerful and terrifying tribes. They were ranked 29th and 32nd respectively on the primitive tribe board. Their strength was not weaker than the elf tribe. In fact, they were even stronger. The experts of the 2 tribes each took half of the area and sealed off the outer perimeter of the land of 1,000 graves. It was difficult for others to enter. Even from a distance, one could feel a powerful aura in the starry sky. It was intimidating. The experts of the 2 tribes sealed off the perimeter. Those who were interested in participating in the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Soldier Test were all in the land of 1,000 graves, searching for evil Xianxia. Whoever found it would be able to participate in the Heavenly Soldier Test. These superpowers are really overbearing, Lu Ming exclaimed. The land of 1,000 graves was special. Its core area was a huge continent that floated in the starry sky. And in the starry sky around the continent, there were some small fragments floating. Some of these fragments were only a few dozen meters in size, while others were a few kilometers in size. Naturally, it was impossible for these small fragments to have baleful Xianxia. Only the huge continent at the core had it. From afar, Lu Ming saw a burly figure standing on one of the small fragments. This figure was in human form. He was about 3 meters tall and had green skin. His eyes were like copper bells, and he had fangs in his mouth. This was the typical appearance of the Xianxia tribe. This Xianxia tribe's aura was extremely terrifying. His eyes swept across the starry sky like 2 beams of light. His powerful aura made the starry sky tremble. This Wuxia tribe cultivation was at least at the peak divine emperor realm or even higher. It was not something that Lu Ming could fight against. This was only one direction. In other directions, there was a terrifying existence at regular intervals. They had completely sealed off the core area of the land of 1,000 graves. If anyone tried to force their way in, they would definitely be attacked. Lu Ming sighed and asked Bone Demon how to get in. That's easy. Do you see those small fragments around? Back then, I set up a teleportation array on one of the small fragments. It can send you directly to the core continent. I'll take you there, Bone Demon said. Following that, Lu Ming flew in a certain direction according to Bone Demon's instructions. There were many fragments around the core of the land of 1,000 graves. Some of them were very far away from the core continent. Naturally, the Xianxia tribe and Sun Moon tribe could not detect all of them. In fact, they were only blocking access to the core continent to prevent others from entering. As for who might be spying on them, they couldn't be bothered. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at a small fragment. The diameter of the fragment was only a few hundred meters. This kind of land is really strange. It is incomparably cold and deathly still. However, there seems to be a trace of life within it. After landing on this fragment, Lu Ming could feel that this fragment was indeed extraordinary. It was quite different from the other fragments. Of course, otherwise, many powerful existences in ancient times would not have buried themselves here, Guemo said. Bury himself here? Lu Ming was puzzled. You'll know once you enter the real land of 10,000 graves, Bone Demon said, but did not explain too much for the time being. Lu Ming looked around the fragment, but could not find any traces of the teleportation array. Where is the teleportation array you mentioned? Lu Ming asked. Hey, isn't that the teleportation array? Bone Demon flew out and pointed at a place. Lu Ming looked over and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The place Bone Demon was pointing at was a pile of rocks. A pile of rocks was a teleportation array? What's with your expression? Kid, this is my method. I just casually set up a teleportation array. If it was set up nicely, do you think it would still be around after so many years? Bone Demon said, unhappily. Lu Ming had to admit that Bone Demon's words made sense. If it was set up like a teleportation array, it would have been long gone and discovered by others. Only if it was set up like a pile of rocks would no one discover it. The Bone Devil began to attack. It waved its bone claws, and pitch-black runes flew out and landed on the pile of rubble. In the next moment, the rubble began to shine brightly, and a vortex appeared. Going quickly, the experts nearby will sense it soon. Bone Demon hurriedly urged. He turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming did not delay at all. He took a step forward, landed in the vortex, and disappeared. As soon as Lu Ming's figure disappeared, the vortex disappeared as well. Just as the vortex disappeared, a burly figure descended from the sky and landed on the fragment, causing it to tremble. It was an expert from the Xianxia race. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he looked around in confusion. I clearly felt some movement here just now. There were spatial fluctuations. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The Xianxia expert muttered. Then his eyes flashed as he punched the fragment. With a boom, the fragment exploded into even smaller fragments. The teleportation array was naturally destroyed as well. Who cares what happened? Destroy it first. The Xianxia expert muttered. His figure flashed, and he left. He stepped into the teleportation array. The next moment, he appeared in a call in the mountains. He had arrived at the core continent of the land of myriad tombs. Looking around, there was not a single blade of grass on the ground. It was dead silent. But in the dead silence, there seemed to be a life force being born. It was very contradictory, but also very strange. This feeling was even stronger than the fragments outside. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and found that there were no auras of other living beings. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and looked around. He found that this was only the periphery of the continent. In the distance, he could still see the fragments in the starry sky. That is, Lu Ming looked at the ground and found several huge hills. No, they were not hills. They were clearly tombs. The land of myriad tombs is indeed worthy of its reputation. But who was buried here? Lu Ming was puzzled. In ancient times, after many mighty figures died, their descendants would bury them here. Many mighty figures would even choose to be buried here when they reached the end of their lifespan. Guemo said, "Why is that?" Lu Ming was curious. "It has to do with the terrain here. You should have noticed the peculiarity of the terrain here. Legend has it that after death, being buried here can bring one back to life. There is a possibility of resurrection. There is also another saying that the feng shui here is excellent. Being buried here can bring luck to the descendants and protect them." Guemo said, "There is such a saying?" Lu Ming thought of the land here. There was a trace of life in the dead silence. Could it really be possible to come back to life? This shocked him greatly. Chapter 3946. Lu Ming was shocked. Resurrection? Was it really possible to resurrect the dead? He knew about reincarnation, and reincarnation could be real. For example, Xianxia was reincarnation. However, resurrection sounded even more mysterious. Was it possible to come back from the dead after one's lifespan was depleted and live another life? There was a period of time when these two legends were very popular. Therefore, during that period of time, many powerful existences fell and were buried here. This place became the burial ground of countless powerful experts, so it was called the Land of 10,000 Graves. Guillermo whispered. Then, did anyone really come back from the dead? Lu Ming asked. Facts have proven that those two legends are false. Over the countless years, not a single one of those supreme beings who were buried and there was able to come back from the dead. As for being able to protect their descendants, that's not necessarily true. The destruction of countless forces is proof of that. Later on, no one believed in these two legends. However, there were too many experts buried here, and the Yin-Shi was thick. Naturally, it became the land of a haze. Guillermo said. Lu Ming nodded. So this was the origin of the land of 1,000 graves. If you want to find haze chi, you can only look for it in the graves. Only those graves have the thickest haze chi. Only then can spiritual haze chi be born. Moreover, legend has it that the core of the mainland has the best effect, and the chances of resurrection are the highest. Hence, the more powerful the being is, the more likely it is to be buried in the core. Hence, the more likely it is for spiritual haze chi to be born. Guillermo explained. Lu Ming nodded. He already had a plan in mind. Swoosh! Lu Ming flew towards the few large graves. As he neared, Lu Ming realized that the graves had been opened. The tombstones had been moved away. Obviously, the Hag tribe or Sun Moon tribe had taken them first. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to fly towards the depths of the mainland. Along the way, Lu Ming saw many large graves. They were tall and majestic like small hills. However, they had all been opened. Lu Ming naturally had no interest in exploring those that had been opened, so he continued to fly inside. More than an hour later, Lu Ming suddenly noticed a figure flashing in front of him. Lu Ming immediately stopped and retracted his aura. He landed on the ground and moved forward along the ground. After approaching, Lu Ming first discovered a huge grave. This large tomb was paved with gold and jade. Although many years had passed, it was still dazzling, and it was especially tall like a huge mountain peak. At this moment, a group of people were surrounding the tomb, busying themselves with their work. Lu Ming glanced at them and knew that they were all from the Wuxia tribe. Moreover, they all looked quite young. There were more than 20 of them. The Heavenly Palace did not set an age limit when recruiting heavenly soldiers. Older people could also participate, but in reality, those powerful races almost never sent older people to participate. Because of their age, their potential was limited. After becoming a heavenly soldier, it was not easy to quit. They had to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points before they could quit. Because of their age, their potential was limited. It was very difficult to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points. They had to stay in the Heavenly Palace for the rest of their lives. Only the young geniuses with unlimited potential could become heavenly soldiers and accumulate enough contribution points in the future to quit the heavenly soldiers. They would regain their freedom. Only those who felt that cultivation was difficult, or those who wanted to rely on the Heavenly Palace, would choose to become heavenly soldiers. They would work hard for the heavenly soldiers for the rest of their lives. Even so, the Heavenly Palace would still select them. Those who did not have enough potential would be eliminated by the Heavenly Palace. Even if they were older, they had to have potential. For top races like the Wuxia tribe and the Sun Moon tribe, they naturally would not send older geniuses to become heavenly soldiers. Those who participated were all young geniuses. More than 20 geniuses from the Wuxia tribe were circling around the majestic grave. Lu Ming looked carefully and realized that there was a protective array around the grave. The geniuses from the Wuxia tribe were trying to break the array. Such a huge grave, there should be haze chi in it, right? Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming decided that if there was haze chi here, he would take it for himself. Lu Ming could not be bothered with the geniuses from the Wuxia tribe and the Sun Moon tribe. His goal now was to obtain a wisp of haze chi with spirituality to meet the requirements to register as a heavenly soldier. Then, he would enter the core of the grave of 1,000 graves and obtain the ancient secret skill and other demon secret skills left behind by the bone demon. It was useless to have too many baleful yin chi with spirituality. Just one strand was enough. Lu Ming hid himself and waited quietly. About 2 hours later, buzz! The surroundings of the large tomb emitted a resplendent light. Following that, the light formed a large runic array that floated in the air. However, in just 3 breaths of time, the runic array exploded with a bang and turned into a rain of light that dissipated in the air. The array around the grave was broken. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 20 or so Xianxia geniuses immediately charged toward the burial mound. They unleashed their godly power and opened the tombstones. Then, more than 20 geniuses from the Xianxia tribe rushed into the grave. Although they were all geniuses from the Xianxia tribe, they were actually competitors. After all, whoever obtained the Haze Chi would be able to register for the Heavenly Soldier test, and the elders of the Xianxia tribe could not interfere. No matter how talented one was or how strong one's background was, if one did not obtain the Haze Chi, the senior members of the Xianxia tribe would not dare to interfere. If the Heavenly Palace found out, the consequences would be dire. Should I go in? Lu Ming thought. In the end, Lu Ming decided to wait a little longer. He was not sure if there was any Haze Chi in the grave. If there was no Haze Chi, he would expose himself if he rushed out now. It would not be too late to rush out after confirming that there was Haze Chi. However, Lu Ming did not wait for more than 2 minutes before something strange happened. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the grave. A terrifying aura rushed out of the grave, causing the ground to shake violently. There's a terrifying creature in the grave. Lu Ming's expression changed. That's to be expected. There are many powerful entities buried here. Some of them were turned to ash, and some of them, by chance and coincidence, would undergo bizarre transformations and turn into dead spirits. Clearly, there is a dead spirit in this tomb. Guillemot explained. Lu Ming's face turned pale. Why didn't Guillemot explain this before? What a scam. Those who were buried here were all-powerful beings. Even if they turned into dead spirits after death, they would still be terrifying. Roar, 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 roar. Terrifying haze chi continued to flow out of the grave. Run, run, run. Cries of alarm rang out as the Xianxia race prodigies rushed out of the burial mound in a panic. Chapter 39:47. Lu Ming had seen clearly earlier that 23 of them had gone in. However, only 18 of them had come out. That was to say, the 5 geniuses of the Xianxia tribe had most likely been trapped inside forever. The remaining 18 of them ran out of the tomb in a panic. Roar! The roaring continued, and Lu Ming saw a claw that resembled a ferocious tiger reaching out from the tomb. However, the claw looked horrifying, as if it was rotten. Rotten flesh hung on it, and bones could be seen. The claws were extremely fast. One of the geniuses of the Xianxia race was caught by the claws. He screamed in fear and struggled with all his might. His attacks landed on the claws, but they were all useless. Poof! The Xianxia race's genius exploded from the claw. Roar! Another roar was heard, and a huge creature rushed out of the tomb. It was a creature that looked like a tiger. It was dozens of meters tall, but it looked horrifying. Its body was covered in rotten flesh, and its bones were exposed. 2 green flames danced in its eye sockets. Bone Devil was right. This ferocious tiger had completely turned into a dead spirit. The tiger undead spirit continued to roar. It stared at the remaining geniuses of the Xianxia clan and continued to rush towards them. Use the evil suppression seal. One of the Xianxia prodigies shouted. Then, one of the geniuses from the Xianxia tribe stopped and waved his hand. Golden talismans flew out and floated in the air, emitting a brilliant glow. There were 18 seals in total, and they pressed down on the tiger undead spirit like a wall. The other geniuses of the Xianxia race stopped and channeled their god force into the golden seal. The golden seal shone even brighter, and the evil aura dissipated rapidly wherever the golden light passed. The ferocious tiger undead spirit revealed a trace of fear when it saw the golden seal. In the end, it let out a furious roar and madly pounced at the golden seal. Boom! The ferocious tiger slammed into the golden seal, causing a loud explosion. Then, a sizzling sound came from the ferocious tiger's body. It was like ice meeting fire, emitting bursts of green smoke. The tiger undead spirit roared and retreated. It was obvious that the tiger undead spirit was restrained. The Xianxia prodigies had come prepared, and some of them had brought along the evil suppression seal. The evil suppression seal was used to restrain evil beings, such as undead spirits. It didn't need to be strong to unleash its power. It was most effective against powerful evil beings. This kind of evil suppressing talisman was not very powerful when used to fight with other people because it did not have a restraining effect. However, it was extremely effective when used to deal with undead. "Continue," shouted the Xianxia genius who had taken out the evil suppressing talisman. The other Xianxia geniuses also poured their god force into the evil suppressing talisman. The 18 evil suppressing talisman shone with golden light and pressed down on the tiger undead spirit. The tiger undead spirit roared like thunder. Although it was very powerful, it was completely suppressed by the evil suppression sigil. Fear appeared in its eyes as it was forced back again and again by the evil suppression sigil. In the end, it simply turned around and fled back into the great tomb. The Xianxia prodigies heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's go. There's no baleful Xianxia in this tomb." The prodigy with the evil suppression seal shook his head and put it away. He flew away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others also left quickly. It seems like it's not that easy to get evil energy with spirituality. Lu Ming shook his head and left. Next, Lu Ming encountered many large tombs. Most of them had been explored. Under the guidance of the Bone Demon, Lu Ming also explored the few tombs that he had not explored. However, he did not discover any sinister aura. Lu Ming could only go deeper into the myriad tombs. The myriad tombs was huge, and Lu Ming didn't find any evil energy even after walking around for half a day. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from ahead, accompanied by a dazzling golden light that lit up the sky. That's the light of the evil suppression seal. Lu Ming carefully walked in that direction and hid in the dark to observe. Roar! A terrifying roar shook the void. Lu Ming saw a huge tomb in front of him. It was even bigger than the tomb, with the ferocious tiger dead spirit. At that moment, a group of Xianxia elites was besieging a dead spirit. The undead spirit looked like a crocodile, but its body was in tatters. Its aura was terrifying, several times stronger than the tiger undead spirit. There were at least 100 Xianxia prodigies attacking the crocodile undead spirit. Of course, the Xianxia prodigies were no match for the undead spirit. They relied on the evil suppression seal. Furthermore, it wasn't just one set. There were 3 sets, and each set had 18 golden talismans. The 100 Xianxia prodigies were divided into 3 groups. Each group had dozens of people, and they worked together to activate a set of evil suppression seal. The 3 sets of evil suppression seal shone brightly and pressed down on the crocodile undead spirit. There's a strand of baleful Xianxia inside. Let's first work together to get rid of this evil spirit, then fight for the baleful Xianxia. In the end, the baleful Xianxia will belong to whoever has the ability. One of the Xianxia prodigies shouted. That's right. Let's not hold back. Give it your all. Give it your all. All the geniuses from the Xianxia tribe shouted. Then, all the geniuses from the Xianxia tribe used their full strength. They had not used their full strength before. They had been waiting for the others to use their full strength. Now that they had reached an agreement, the Xianxia prodigies poured their divine energy into the evil suppression seal and maximized its power. The 3 sets of evil-suppressing runes continued to press down on the crocodile undead spirit. Moreover, they were divided into 3 directions, completely surrounding the crocodile undead spirit in the middle. The crocodile undead spirit wanted to rush out, but it was unable to do so. The crocodile undead spirit was also trying to attack, but as soon as it got close to the evil-suppressing rune, the power of the evil-suppressing rune would erupt with shocking power. The crocodile undead spirit's body emitted a sizzling sound as it emitted bursts of green smoke. Its rotten flesh and bones were constantly being corroded and melted, and its aura became weaker and weaker. Keep it up. This undead spirit won't last long. A Xianxia prodigy shouted. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes were shining. There's actually baleful Yin Shi in this great tomb. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes glowing. Lu Ming did not want to miss out on this opportunity. He wanted to get the evil energy and complete the mission as soon as possible. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the place. That strand of baleful Yin energy should still be in the Great Tomb. Right now, the Xianxia geniuses were besieging the dead crocodile spirit. If he entered the Great Tomb now, he might be able to catch them off guard and obtain the baleful Yin energy. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.